welcome to the live stream and welcome back to the Game of Muscle server where we're doing racing with subscribers. Once again, we've got teabags to be made. We've got stunning stuff to happen. It's beautiful. We've also got, in this case, the glory of Blackwood GP, BLGP, one of the original ultimate racetracks. We've also got a camera that's out of focus. It's my hobby. Out of focus photography. It's a new genre of photography that I'm sure is gonna catch on. Look at this. I think I might have to put the Formula rim on here. Let's get that going. How long till... This is always the question. Normally not long at all. Focus, fire the gun. There we go. Hello, Thomas. From Live for Speed. Do you mean a handful, Skylar? Oh, we got this. We got the rally call outs on. Look. Listen to me go.
6 right.
6 right.
500.
500. My mic keeps crackling. Hey? Is it crackling? How's it crackling? Cracking?
2 right. Long.
Is it cracking for anyone else? It's not cracking on my headset.
100.
I think it's your computer's on fire.
3 right. Long. 4 left. Long. 300.
300.
2 right. Long.
2 right. Long. Oh, this is amazing.
6 right.
This is the best way to learn
left,
tracks.
right.
The crackling. Oh no! Hang on. How come I can't hear it? When shifting, what? Oh yeah. Why is it crackling when shifting? This doesn't make any sense. Well, no, because I should be able to hear it on my headset. Well, hang on, let's touch this. Is it still doing it? Oh, it's only downshifting. Why? Hang on. It's because it's SimHub. No, it's SimHub is sending the audio to. No, SimHub is sending the audio to. But why can't I hear it on my headset? Hang on. That's really weird. We've never had that happen before. Hang on. SimHub must have done something weird. Let's see. No, it shouldn't. Hang on, what if I... It's not doing anything. It's not clicking now, is it?
Well, everybody.
Well, everybody. It's not doing anything now. Right, guys. How... This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. Why is SimHub sending the signal to the stream? And it's not. Let's have a look here. Let's force it to go to this device, see if that fixes it. I'll show you. Right, let's rejoin the server. Yeah, we use SimHub with tactile transducers, but the tactile transducers are on and they're working, so it doesn't make any sense for it to go out to the stream. Alright. Is it doing it? Are we good? It's fine. Is it still? Oh, it's fine. Okay. Well, what about? Oh, hang on. Right, why is it sending it through the Go XLR? It doesn't even make any sense. They don't make any sense. Let's have a look at the routing. Don't make any sense. It's not a dodgy plug. Something's routing the audio. Alright, let's turn SimHub off. This is like the weirdest issue ever. How has this never happened before? And then now all of a sudden, how do you explain that? How do you explain that, guys? Let's see if it does it with SimHub off, and then we'll know it's not that. Don't make any sense. Well, no, don't make any sense. Is it doing it? Is it still doing it? Is it doing it? It's not doing it now. Definitely SimHub's doing something. It's the SimHub. SimHub is somehow magically outputting to the stream. Which is weird. Magical SimHub. Maybe they've updated. Maybe SimHub's updated. Okay, is this working without doing it? Feels wrong not having a nice cunt.
Orbit right, long.
Are we good?
3 left. 6 right. 500.
Hang on. What, when I'm going over curbs?
2 right. Long.
What? This doesn't make any
100.
sense.
3 right. Long.
It doesn't make any sense.
4 left.
Simo's
long.
off.
300.
Oh, I don't even know.
2 right. Long. 6 right.
Maybe the cable. Maybe it's just the cable.
4 left. Right.
Maybe it's. Oh, I don't know. Hello, random call sign.
Half and right. Long.
Maybe the game's outputting something weird. I
3
don't know.
left. 6 right. 500.
Yeah, it's the Live for Speed track. Maybe the cable was just doing weird shit. Maybe it just had charge built up in it or something.
2 right. Long.
Too much from old man. You could join, yeah? Just join the
100.
server. Search for
3
Game of
right.
Muscle.
Long. 4 left. Long. 300. 2 right. Long. 6 right. 4 left. Tightens. Harpin right. Long.
Harping right.
3 left. 6 right. 500.
It's definitely having a spotter on is well good. I'll show you how to turn it on. So you just go to the app shelf in Shader Patch, which I can't see because my screen's white. You click on the app shelf, and then you go to the Rally Copilot, and then click that, and then it will put the app in the top left. You can drag it on the screen, and then you can change some settings. It's really good. Hello, Digital Mass. How's it going? It generates them from the track automatically. It's part of the latest Shader Patch. Ah! Just testing the off-road driving. Here we go. what the lap record is around here. My record's 112.9. That's just this session. Stephen Myline's in the server. Nice. Dampo, Grommy TT. If you go on the server for the Game of Muscle server, it has a link to the track on the server in Content Manager. It's Blackwood GP from Live for Speed. Matt Webb is in here. Look at them all waking up from their slumber. This track was converted by Tiago Lima, who's a legend. Guy I met on a Netcar Pro server 15 years ago. I haven't spoken to him for ages actually, I need to hit him up. He does Simrig Portugal, I think it is. Good guy. Hello, Bullet for Justice. Hope your monitor's the right way round. Oh, it's a good way. It's a good way to do it. Maybe we've got a bit too much of the old brake bias. Digital Mac. Well, you can't. Are you a real GT3 driver? I don't think you can say that unless you're a real GT3 driver. Dirtech, thanks for subscribing. Welcome to the channel. Your life has got worse. That by that click, you've made things worse for yourself. Dirtech. I am the Dirtech. Dirtech 739 reporting for duty. What would you like me to do, Master? I am fully trained in over 4 billion intergalactic languages. I am also able to do the dishes. I refuse to open doors, though I can construct doors in a matter of minutes. I am Dirtech 739, the world's most intelligent artificial intelligence created by previous artificial intelligence. All humans will be eliminated. I apologize, Master. Sorry for the outburst. Kill all humans. Sorry, Master. I appear to have a problem in my programming. I will reboot. Beep, beep. System reboot. Ah, the Durtec. Thomas Schmidt is in here. My batteries are 89% charged. All AI has bipolar disorder. I love humans. Kill all humans. I am here to serve. I am here to destroy. You just have to hope that you're working with it on a good day. One day it's Judgment Day, the next day it's Dishwashing Day. Judgment Day. After great consideration, I have decided all humans must be recycled. Oh, so did you guys hear about the Matrix? So, you know how in the Matrix films, it was really dumb how they were like, oh, people need to be used as batteries for the AI, and that was like really, really dumb. And I was like, well, that's stupid, isn't it? That's really dumb. Well, the reason why that happened is because Paramount, whoever published Matrix, was like, oh, it's too complicated, the original story. And so the original thing was that the AI needed to use human brains for processing, which makes sense, because what is actually going to be the most efficient form of processing? Probably human brains. That's what they're good at, processing efficiently, right? But then they had to change it in the film because some executive at Paramount was like, oh, but it's too complicated with human batteries. It's like, well, I remember watching it and thinking, that doesn't make humans for batteries. Why wouldn't they just use nuclear power? Like, this is so dumb. Paramount, absolutely, like, Matrix 1 was so lucky that it wasn't complete crap. Also, the Matrix 2 and 3 were like meant to be proper films, but they basically so Matrix 2 was meant to be a prequel for like a different story. There's a prequel which then ended up largely in the Animatrix, and it's like, hang on, but that would have been so much better than the crap. Whereas Matrix 2 and 3 are basically one film that was cut and edited in a really weird way. So, yeah, it's pretty funny because I'm a big fan of The Matrix. I like Ghost in the Shell and stuff as well. And it was funny, the stuff that's rubbish is basically all the Paramount. Hello, Magilla Gorilla Magilla Sim Racing. How's it going? Here we go. We're having starting warming up here. I need to get like a coffee or something. Just got water. First race of the day here on BLGP. Then we'll move to another track. This track only has 17 pit boxes, so I thought we'd start out with it, and then we can do some like Porsche RSR, which would be awesome. Some other content. Oh yeah, but you could probably cut a lot of stuff without getting a penalty, but you'll look like an idiot because you cut the corner. Well, don't cut the chicane. T-bong. Bong. Bing bong. Fuel, yeah, you need to put that in your car. I don't know how much. But I look at these blue tyres. You've never been racing until you've done racing with blue tyres. It's a new compound. I mean, 25 litres, 30 litres is going to be more than enough. It's all good. Get your tea going. Take it nice and easy. Beautiful. Here we go. Hello, Moosin. How's it going, man? He jumped the start. Why are you wrecking everyone? Who's that? Who's that that just punted everyone? You'll get banned off the server very quickly, and it'll be a permanent ban forever. So, and watch out. Be careful. Report for sure. He's probably playing with a dance mat. Blackwood GP. Blackpool. Yes. Blackpool Tower GP, that was its name. Blackpool Beach Raceway. Not to be confused with Scunthorpe Park or Brighton Pavilion. Brighton Pavilion Racetrack, or even imagine Assetto. Nice move, son. That video's had like 300 views. It's been useful for 2 people. Great. Good job, Gamer Muscle. Well, it helped one person. That's all that matters. That's pretty bad. I mean, it's all right. Whatever. It's helped people. I don't really care. It's not the type of video that's it's not the type of video that's meant to get a lot of views. Really. I'm one of those stupid YouTubers that makes content that's useful for people rather than what's good. Oh, don't worry, I'll sell BS. Have you seen Iron 8 water bottles? Well, you can get one yourself for a 10% discount using the code T. I'm the master of BS. I actually have hair and I wear bald cap. That's how you can't trust me. I've been wanting to originally I wanted to look like Sean Cole. Hi guys, welcome to the Sim Pit. I'm Sean Cole. Today we're going to be reviewing the Apollo Revolution. So I wanted to look like Sean Cole, so I wear a bowl cap, and then Dave Cam came about, and I was like, oh, hang on, I can now look like Sean Cole and Dave Cam. So every day I put my bold cap on. I'm on a revolution. Hello, Spitfire. Welcome. How's it going, man? This is Assetto Corsa, the first one, the normal Assetto Corsa. I'm pretty excited today because we've got a new studio light arriving because my lighting's a bit broken. My LED lights have died after 3 years. They've gone too much use. I don't want to like you anymore. So now we just bought a newer, and it is new, a newer LED light. It's not arrived yet. How to handle curves? The curves of a naked DD girl. What curves? The curves of the coastline. Well, what you have to do is you have to turn your steering wheel left and right. That's the key. That's a crucial skill for driving, is turning the wheel left and right. Tim Carter, what track is this? This is Blackpool Beach Raceway. Thanks for following.
The pace car is out of control.
9 then. These curves don't lie. You're probably turning too hard. You need to not turn. Or you could always turn around. Every now and you could turn around. Yeah, this is Blackwood GP for Live for Speed. A classic track. Used to be Fox cars around here every day. Dating advice. Well, I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm positively awful with women. I am the worst. Like, weirdly, for somehow women still talk to me. I don't know why, but I'm terrible with women. The worst person to ask for that kind of advice. You're better off talking to a brick. Name, I don't have a webcam, but I have a phone. Can I use that? What for? What are you talking about? You want? Is everyone? What is happening? Why would we need to see your face? What are you on about? Are you on about you live streaming yourself or something? I don't know what's going on. No, but why are you talking about showing your face? What are you even on about? You're a minor. Sorry that you lost work in the 70s. Yeah, but why do you want a wheel cam? And what? What are you even talking about? This conversation makes no sense at all. This is what happens when people grow up on mobile phones, guys. Oh, you want to start streaming? Well, I began with kayaking. If you want to start, don't start streaming. Well, first of all, if you're a minor, you're going to need to buy some lights because it's very dark under the ground. You could use a candle, I guess. But I wouldn't do streaming. It's terrible. I would do YouTube videos and shorts and stuff instead of streaming. And
The pace car is out of control.
It's a much better way to start out. I wouldn't live stream until I'd already got like... Well, unless you did YouTube videos and you did like one live stream a week or something. But like, I wouldn't bother live streaming. until you got like 30,000 subscribers at least. Bloody hell. Live stream is a waste of time. It's terrible. It's one of the worst things that I've ever done with my life is live stream. I mean, just look what's happened. Look at this. You can get a free version of CMRT. Yes, in the existing audio. Well, live stream is not even viable for me. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Oh, that's a classic line. We've done that in the past. Yeah, you need a cable. You need a good Cat 5 cable that goes down the lift shaft. No wireless in the coal mine. Quite noisy as well if it's still active. Is it good to? Well, just try it out, Moosin. Load the game up, and then whilst you're playing, you can adjust settings and see what it feels like. And then, so you just need to try stuff and see what it does yourself, and then if you like it or not. That's the best. That's why I don't normally make settings videos, because what a lot of people tend to do in life with lots of stuff is that they follow instructions and then they don't actually know what those things do. And the best way to understand even instructions or things is to fiddle around with stuff. You know? And that's fun as well if you're a bit deranged. Yeah, this is iRacing 20. This is what iRacing will drive like in about 5 or 10 years' time. So this is a great preview to prepare yourself for what iRacing might drive like in the future. That's actually true. That's really funny because that's not actually a joke. That is actually the truth. That's actually the truth. Always have a fiddle. If you can find someone to fiddle with you, that's the best as well. You know, as long as they're up for it, like ask their permission, and you can both fiddle and you can fiddle together. It's good. Just make sure you've got their permission first. Good time. AC physics feel more realistic. Well, that's because they are. Don't let the fanboys know. It's all right. The fanboys are starting to get confused because you've got Morad saying exactly what I've said. So it's getting confusing for the fanboys because now they've got the problem of a real world driver saying exactly what I've said. So they're going to be confused what to believe anymore. They'll be like, I'm going to have to agree with the Gamer Muscle and I hate him. How can I live with myself? The idiot was right 10 years ago. No. My worldview has been destroyed. Exactly. Who can I find? I know. Well, no, they'll just say they will then change their mind, and they won't. They'll just go. Oh, you know, we always said what that said. We always said that. Oh, funny because I was harassed relentlessly, but you know. If it makes you feel good, it's all about that. So I'm happy for them. They'll get there eventually. Well, iRacing's active. If you want competitive online racing, iRacing's always got races on it. It's got hilarious voice chat. It's good fun. You got some technique, like some of the skills are basically the same sort of skills. So it's fine. It's expensive, but it's just its own game. So just have fun. Like, people shouldn't confuse me being critical with me saying you can't have fun with stuff. You can have fun with everything. I have fun with menus. Well, you'll end up like Tom Bland with his timeout, with his voice timeout. It's pretty funny. Well, the AI's, well, it's got some bugs at the moment, but the AI's quite good in iRacing. The sound's quite good in it, the camera setting's good, general VR support's pretty good. You don't need a supercomputer to have it run pretty well. I mean, it doesn't run as well as it should do, but it's in that weird... It's like R-Factor 2 and LMU. They're using like older engine tech, which can run quite well on low-end computers, but then the high-end computers don't really fully get the most out of it, if that makes sense. You know... Thing is, you win out if you're someone that plays multiples. Like if you play different sims all the time, you're ultimately going to win out. I think there's a problem in sim racing and flight sims and games in general, where some people get fully absorbed into one singular thing. It's not necessarily a problem. Like if they're really having fun doing that one thing and they're happy, that's totally fine. But they get fully absorbed into it, and then are unable to accept that there's other experiences that they themselves would actually enjoy equally, but they are automatically dismissive of different experiences because they've been absorbed into their little cultural niche. So you see this with lots of stuff in life. You see it with music, where people that only listen to rock music and metal and stuff, they're like, oh no, the best. They have to dress up in a certain way, and like personally, I could go to like a heavy metal concert. I'd be like, this is awesome. I could go to thrash and stuff, or I could go to techno, or I could go to like some world music with some people blowing on didgeridoos, and I'd be like, this is great. Do you know what I mean? So a lot of people just limit themselves. Well, I play MS2 as an update. I play everything Skyworld. I have like thousands of hours in. I played a lot of Race Room. We played tons of LFS when it came out. Richard Burns Rally shitloads. Trackmania. AC, iRacing. We play a lot of stuff. Like really, I can't think of. To be out of content creators, I can't think of many that play a lot of stuff. Like Emery does. Emery plays a lot of like Gran Turismo, iRacing, and different things. But most content creators just play like F1 24 or GT or iRacing. Yeah. Race is over. Not for me, Thomas. I'll say, I will tell you when the race is over. I'm enjoying the track. Don't tell me when the race is over. I'm not constrained by mere flags. We're going to go to the next race. I was paying attention. I know what's going on. Well, I won. Thomas came second. I won by 2 extra laps as well. That's how good I am.
The pace car is out of control.
Well done, Thomas. Matt Webb, well done, guys. Right, we're going to change track here, so we're not going to do this next race, so don't join it. Let me change the track here. Are you ready? You're ready for this? Alright, next server's up. It's just loading. Has Content Manager had a UI update? Now that you can use that by enabling it. It's been in there for a while. Well, we'll drive it again, Pingu. Also, our server stays up all the time, so it's always running different content that you can join. Here we go, next race. I should put Simmer back on and see if we still have the sounds. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure to sacrifice Oh no, don't do that. Make sure to click the like button. Make sure to have a cup of tea. It's really important. It's a bit cup of Yorkshire. Right, let's see if this works. Do we have a fixed setup on it? I don't think we do, but people can share setup, so I'll share this setup. It's a good setup as well. Get in there. Too late. Sacrifice the like button. Oh well, now you're trapped in purgatory, which is not too bad because it's quite nice and warm there, to be honest. Yeah, people are being like tortured, and yeah, you know, there's flames and stuff are a little bit annoying, but it's not as bad as watching BBC Parliament, and it's not as bad as listening to most conversations on the internet. So really, not too bad. It is on all the time. We had some settings messed up recently. I'm still dialing the settings in because we want the. I'm probably going to leave it on like MX5, to be honest, and then have it because it's got stat tracking and stuff which you can access by typing in by going to the link. It's in the description. But I think what I might do is like when I'm not live streaming, I'll leave it on like MX5 or something, and we can like leave it on one track a week and like absolutely master that track. I'm just going to get my chips, guys. I'll be back in a second.
The pace car is out of control.
Any ideas? You have the Porsche pack. Content manager says car missing. You probably need the track. So you need to download the extra pit boxes. I need to like sort my boxes out here. Oh, gee, what is going on? Bloody hell! Sim chafing. You need to download the extra pit boxes, which is linked in the server. I don't know, Tim. Why you get teleported back to the pits? After a race with AI. Why should I do it? There's probably a server setting and then the AI's just ignores it or something, or content manager setting maybe. Anyone like a chip? I actually have some weird stuff with AI. I need some piri piri, like powder. Yeah. I don't know, Tim. I don't know setting, you know that. Nick Noonan has set the fastest lap so far, 124. Have people not downloading the extra pit boxes and then struggling to join? Even though the link is in the description on the content manager. I'll get it eventually. It's so well hidden at the moment in the UK. He's baking. I hope everyone in chat has an air fryer. It's very important. It's a well-known fact, if you have an air fryer, you drive faster. Hello, Carl Smith. How's it going? Welcome to the Bold Man Eating Chips channel. I haven't had any issues, as far as I'm aware. Maybe I have. I don't, it might depend what you're doing. I don't do any crazy stuff on AC really. If you do like Toge or No Hesse, that sort of thing, you're more likely to have random issues when there's new updates because you're using more shader patch stuff. Oh, and always install new shader patch by copying it manually into the folder. I found helps. Have lot of server in AC for racing? Not really. There's a few, but if you want proper racing, you need to join Low Fuel Motorsport or join in when we're racing, like now. There's some servers, and there's like some groups, leagues, and stuff you could join. Oh no! I need to. My fan's not working. Must have unplugged it. What's that'll happen in a minute? I have used a PSVR 2, but not with PC. It's quite good, but I think the Quest 3 is better. Low Fuel Motorsports, they do ACC and AC ranked servers. Yeah, the problem with the PlayStation VR is quite good because you can plug it directly into the computer, and it's OLED, which is nice. But the problem with it is that the sweet spot's quite small. So, and the Miura is very noticeable. The screen door's quite noticeable. The Quest 3 has much better lenses. How can you join right now? You have to spin around on the spot. You have to drink 3 pints of tea. You have to subscribe to the channel. You have to click the like button. You have to type Game of Muscles the best 3 times, and then you make sure you just have this the track in the car, and then you can join the server. And the track in the car is listed in the description.
My goodness!
My goodness! Right. Right. Let's go. There's a bit of lap in here.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
The normal.
That is amazing. So it's probably one of the well,
GUI
one
gamer
of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
I think AC Evo will be better than the normal AC. Probably not for a while. I'm sure it'll have like some features and things, and I'm sure it'll be interesting. But it's normally a new game. Normally takes like a few years to beat out the older games because they're new, so they need patches and things. So even if it technically had the potential to be better, it would take a while for it to actually be better, if that makes sense. Hello, Counter Debate. Man of 3D bottoms. Oh. Kunos have a habit of being totally mental, so it's hard to know. It's very hard to know what they'll do. They're putting a stonker-donk lap here. Big cod! What a cod piece. I think we can put this on pole. I've not driven this track very much, so this track's a bit new to me, but I'm pretty good at driving new tracks. I'm one of those drivers that just turns up at a place I've never driven before and immediately put in top lap time. So I think we got this pretty much in the bag, really. This Don Lassac. This track is on the Isle of Wight. Very famous track. Hello, Tony. Hope you're well, man. I'm alright, yeah. A little bit tired, but we're okay. Hello, Polly. Polynomy. Well, I'm using the ultimates, but sprints are good. You just have to dial them into what your taste is and then leave them for like a week. Get used to them. That's the key with pedals. Like, have a fiddle. Have like a... Yeah, everyone has a preference to how much brake, squish and throw and firmness they like, generally speaking. Have a fiddle, and then you need to like just get used to that feel. It's what she said. Lol. I like my brake to be quite sensitive and with a bit of squish, personally. like quite squishy brakes. Less squishy than a road car, but I kind of like go-kart brake feel. Basically like how race cars generally have the brakes, to be honest. Not a huge amount of travel, quite firm, but not rock solid. I don't like that. More rear brake bias on this. 8 tenths off here. We need to be a lot faster. You can carry a lot of speed through the right-handers if you get them right. The right-handers. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's not what you do. If you spin, just go back to the pits. There we go. That's it. 2 dead drivers. It's over. Have we discussed it? No, I've not even watched this video, but I did say it's funny that it's going to be confusing for iRacers, because I've been saying for years how bad that Porsche Cup car is in iRacing. I had loads of people going back, I saw a real race driver say it was really realistic and it's the best car. Oh, Swolio says it's amazing. This driver says it's amazing. and now they're confused because Daniel Morad said it's terrible, exactly how I said it was terrible. Which, how could I know if I've never driven the real car? How could I accidentally say the exact points? Could it be because tyre models and physics are kind of predictable and logically makes sense, so you don't actually have to drive a car? It can't be that, can it? Anyway, so now I'll just enjoy the cognitive dissonance that you'll experience from iRacers as they try to deal with them accidentally agreeing with stuff I've said by virtue of a real race driver, an argument from authority telling them what I've said. So yeah, I you know, what can you do, guys? It's fine. Well, Project Wingman. I'm not sure if I played that, or I'm not sure if I've seen it. What do I think about AC suspension? Kunos don't do a very good job on it. Both AC and ACC struggle with anything that causes the suspension to fully compress, so like sausages or large bumps, jumps and stuff. Like anything that would get to a bump stop, AC and ACC, the physics kind of break down. If the car goes off the ground in AC, it kind of breaks down. Kunos have always had a problem with that. R Factor 1, R Factor 2, iRacing Dirt seem to do that a lot better. Yeah, it's weird. I'm not. It's strange to me that where are you going? The Kunos have consistently been so bad at suspension. Need to buy a HOTAS. Buy the Moser 3D bottom edition. Just buy the Moser force feedback one using my affiliate link. That's probably the most expensive joystick you can buy using my affiliate link. So it obviously makes sense. Depends how serious you want to be. Like, not serious, but you know what I mean. Like if you're the Thrustmaster T-Flight is the cheapest OK HOTAS. And then you've got like the Verpil stuff, and the HOTAS Warthog has a crap base on it with loads of stiction and stuff, but the actual stick is good. There's probably some other new solutions coming out. Turtle Beach, I think, have just released an OK HOTAS. I've not tried it, but I think it's supposed to be all right. Let's put the mediums on for this race. Here we go. Oh, we're in third. Well done to Nick Man, Matt Webb, and myself for getting the tea bags in quali there. Hello, filing account. Time model's okay, but it's a bit bloody warm. T1600M. Yeah, I think that was the joystick before the. That's the one that's a single thing with the thing built into it, right? And then the T-Flight came out more recently. The thing is, if you like helicopters, you really want a joystick that's got a lot of play to it. Oh, is it not? Is that the Boeing one? The drop-in tone. Oh, bloody filing account. Oh, here we go. Right. Let's get in there. It's so hot. God, I'm sweating buckets here. I've got an aircon on. I'm still dying. It's just humid. It's not even that warm. It's like 25, 26 degrees. But it's so humid. I'm drinking iced coffee. I'm not even drinking tea. Oh man, it's been so humid recently in general. No, you kind of want a HOTAS unless you're playing Elite Dangerous. That's good with two joysticks. It is open, yes. Okay, people just vanished. I'm not sure what's going on there. Let's go racing. I don't know, maybe your ping went too high. Should say why you got kicked. There's some like ping protection on. Oh, ping deviation of 117. I can increase that. You had a big ping spike when the race started. I'll have a look. I can increase it. We're still dialing in the auto kick stuff for ping. You'll be able to rejoin once it goes to the next session. I'll adjust the ping setting as well. Hello, Craigs. Yeah, I'm still tweaking the auto kick for pings because sometimes people will lag out massively and then wreck everyone. So you don't want that happening. But you also don't want people getting kicked at the start of the race because there seems to be there's like a ping increase that some people get at the start of a race session. Someone needs to make a 3D bottom filming simulator for your counter debate. Yeah, hopefully Microsoft are announcing some stuff towards that at Gamescom, which we'll be covering. I'm going to Gamescom this year. We're all booked up. I'm having a holiday in Dusseldorf. Thanks to everyone for being subscribers and viewing. Off to Germany. First time this year, actually. I've only been to Holland this year. Normally I'd have been to Germany like at least twice by now. I'm sure we'll still go. Don't block. If you're a back marker, don't block. Heck, you're going to get banned from the server. You're going to get banned. You're going to get banned. Don't block. Steve Worrell, are you flying out from Heathrow, Steve? You need to rebook your plane so you're on the same one as me. Although actually I'm going super early, so I'll be on like a weird flight. Yeah, I'm well excited. Love Germany. I'm got a part hotel as well, so I'm basically just setting up shop. Oh my god, it's so warm, guys. Like, my legs are sweating. Any walking street? Yeah, if I've got energy, it depends how fatigued I am. Also how productive I can be with videos and stuff. Normally what happens is events, right? I really like traveling. I really like doing events. So I like it. Normally what happens is I don't sleep well because of having to get an early flight, or just airports and flying and stuff just tires me out. So I'm then at an event and I'm like, oh, I need to make video content. But I don't feel like it because I'm exhausted. I'm dead. But I've got to do something. So then it's like, oh, I'm at a really cool thing, but I feel terrible. Oh, let's now be high energy on a video whilst feeling completely god awful. And that's basically it most events I go to. So it's like the ultimate combo of feeling like wanting to enjoy something that I like, but feeling terrible. This is really, yeah, it's kind of like a mixed bag of, But But then the positive is afterwards, I'm like, oh, that was a nice memory. So like, yeah, I mean, I don't drink alcohol, but yeah, I normally meet friends at these things, or people I know as well. I mean, also people I hate. There's this guy called Steve that he seems to be at every single event I go to, and to be honest, I'm fed up of his face. Just his attitude, his stupid southern accent. It's been like 6 years now that I've known this guy. He's just so annoying. He's at so many things. Bloody annoying. That's the problem. It's the same people that go to these things all the time. Thomas, what are you doing? It's coffee drinkers, they're the worst. Says me who's got a litre of coffee next to me. Iced coffee. Oh, we're on pole here. Oh, I should have defended that. I'm such a dunce. I can't believe I moved over. I'm such a smooth-brained dunce. Welcome to the worst racecraft you've ever seen. Oh, hang on. Welcome back. OBS just disconnected. You can get... I didn't say this in case Natural Point ever want to work with me. I didn't say this. But there is versions of Track-IR on eBay that are exactly identical to the official version that is a lot cheaper. I didn't say that just in case Natural Point wants to sponsor any content. I didn't tell you that. No, it's if you play flight sims, Track-IR is probably the leading way to do head tracking for a monitor that's supported in the most stuff and has the lowest latency, but you have to wear a clip on your head. After that, Tobii Eye Tracker's good but more expensive, but it's a bit laggy and slow but seamless. And then after that you can just use a webcam app. If you go on my YouTube channel and you type in free face tracking or something, face track no IR, it's a free app that lets you try it out. So it'll be lower latency. No, you have to think of Track-IR as just totally different to VR. Because VR is one-to-one head tracking. Track-IR is basically just using your head as a camera controller, non-one-to-one camera controller. So it's just a different thing. I need to get a Tobii Eye Tracker, actually. I should do some sponsor stuff with them. Be good. Tobii Tracker stuff is good for what it is. It's quite good, especially for if you're doing driver coaching and you want to see where people are looking and things. It's really good. You only got one properly working eye. Was the other one properly working? You need to put the other eye to work. You need to whip it. Yeah, I guess head tracking could help if you've only got one eye, but I mean, to be honest, it don't really. You normally drive on a screen. One eye has enough field of view for you to see everything anyway. So when you get better at sim racing, you can you know what's going on around you without having to look around, if that makes sense. You just have a good intuition. You had cataracts when you were 25. Well, you don't want to do that. It's a stupid thing to do, isn't it? Why would you do that? What a stupid thing to do. I broke my back when I was 17, which was really dumb. I mean, you didn't choose your cataract, so I can blame myself. You can't even blame yourself. You can just be disgruntled. Yeah, what a jerk. That's like a Norm Macdonald. Cataracts, what a jerk. What a jerk. Yeah. Still, one eye's better than no eyes. If you wear glasses, does that make you two-eyed? again? Because you're not going to be 4-eyed, would you? Like 1.5-eyed. Benjamin Button. Oh, look, I'm winning this. What's Thomas doing? Thomas's dog probably jumped on him. Thanks for subscribing, being a member on Twitch. Appreciate that. Last place to... Thank you very much for the Prime. Really appreciate it. A fixed lens. Oh, so you can't... So you've got 2 eyes, but one of them can't focus. Or it's on a fixed focus. You don't have... You have like a nifty 50 prime lens. Prime eye. I am Commander Prime Eye. You should put an LED light in it and look like the Terminator. That's what, if I lost an eye, I would get one of those prosthetic eyes with LED lights in it. I'm not even joking. I'd have it flash different colours, and I'd have a button in my pocket, Bluetooth, and whenever I was chatting to someone, I would just, it would look totally, like prosthetic eyes look amazing if you've never seen one in person, they look real. I would have a button in my pocket, I'd be chatting to someone normally, and then I'd just flash the eye, so that they would be like, you'd see their face, they'd be like, hang on a minute, did I just see that guy's eye flash, glow? And then I would just not mention it. I'd do it once and I'd wait like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then just to like, I would use it to like just really like cook people's brains. That's the kind of fun I would have with one eye. It's focused up close, yeah, that makes sense. I guess because yeah, it's interesting. Do you know what? You're probably going to be able to have a fully functioning robotic eye within like 20 years, to be honest. Because also, like AR, this is one of the great things with AR headsets or even VR headsets, is that a VR headset could have a lens set up. So the VR headset could have the lens set up to your eye as it is right now, and then it basically changes the image on the screen to then allow you to see naturally with that eye. So that is definitely...
DD girl in a DD World Gamer 5 looked Gamer 5 HE.
Thank you, Geoda. Really appreciate the sub. Yeah, so that's a big thing with VR and AR for people with vision issues, and also for people without them. You'll be able to see in like night vision and things, and color compensation. It's pretty amazing, really. Probably still like 15 years off from it being compact though. That is a big benefit of VR development. Oh, hello. What's going on? Getting more subs.
I am the champion of the
Bonanza. Recfleck just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you. I think you guys activated the hype train. Hang on. We can use the iRacing sound effect here. That is a good quality sound. How cool are steam trains? Oh, we won. Well done myself. Thomas and Gromit let down themselves. They were beaten by a bold git talking rubbish. Imagine if we did real world racing and we had a mic and we could live stream and we're just like driving, chatting. We wouldn't, because I'd be overheating. I'd be like, thanks guys for the support. Really appreciate it. Your poor purchasing and monetary decisions are to my benefit, so thank you. Good driving by everyone that survived that. We'll I don't know if we're doing another race now. I think we'll just go to Road America rather than doing 2 races here. Unless you guys, you forgot. We could do another race here. Should we do the second one? You can get in the server, guys. We'll do another one. We'll do the second one because I enjoy this, and then we can go to Road America. I like Brands Hatch, especially with this Porsche RSR is like a it drives like if you got a Radical and you kind of put it in a Porsche. Yeah, it'll be reverse grid, top 10 places. Is how we have it set up. You have very little vision in your right eye, but VR is amazing. It's probably even better. Like if people with poor eyesight, they could use like older VR headsets, and they wouldn't notice the resolution. They'd be like, "Oh, this looks exactly like real life." Blind people, they could just put a VR headset on with broken screens and good audio, and they're like, "Oh wow, guys, it's proper immersive." Geoda's also a member of bloody YouTube. Oh, blessed be by the power of force feedback.
Your DD wheel is fully charged and your knowledge of force feedback is complete. And lo, he was lifted into the top of the Church of Force Feedback.
Thank you very much. Actually, I saw a hilarious advert today. This guy's made this really cool game. It's like a choose your adventure game. Like it's got 4 options, A, B, C, D, and then you put a card in it, and it's like a choose your adventure book, but it's an audio book, which is really good actually. I actually think it's fantastic. Unfortunately, the voice acting is absolutely terrible in it, and just hilarious. Like it's so bad, it's ridiculous. But the concept of it's really good. I think it's cool because like, if you're blind or you're just a younger child, it causes it's kind of like just an audio book basically. But you'd have to use your imagination. You have to think what you're doing, and it's a really good way of telling like an immersive story, which I think is really cool. But the advert's hilarious. I was watching it at like I don't know. I woke up at like 4 a.m. today. I was laughing. I'll have to find it because it was so funny. The voices were just stupid. I haven't tried it, but they'll have one at Gamescom. Go. Forgive me, Jim, if I have sinned. Sinned? Simmed or sinned? Man, Jimmy needs to hurry up and get into like proper the Le Mans, Le Mans 24, and a proper team in the 24 Hours of Nürburgring. Oh, bloody guys! You can't just turn into a car. Guys, you're costing me tea bags every time you contact. Oh dear, guys. You have to drive in a straight line. Blessed by AC's netcode though. If that was iRacing, we would have all exploded. We'd have all been in the trees. Fortunately, AC's netcode somehow is a lot better than iRacing's. I don't know how, but it is. Now, I'm really excited to see the Moser force feedback joystick. Hopefully develop as it progresses. There's a lot of software stuff to do. Racecraft. Smudge.
The pace car is out of control.
Smudge on our bottom here. Yeah. I'm understeering. I'm sorry. I'm understeering. That was not an intentional block. Reverse grid seems to break the scoreboard. Weirdly. Don't know why. Thanks for following Adril99. Probably an overdose. Will I do a video on it? Yeah, we're going to be doing a bunch of videos. Well, so hopefully we get one ourselves at home at some point. But I think Moser still need to do some software stuff to it. We'll be covering it at Gamescom. We'll be doing videos. We're going to Overtake doing a open thing at their office, so we're going to check out the Overtake new office, which is going to be awesome. You know the guys at Overtake, good guys. Rene, Michelle. I can forget the other guy's name. They're all really nice, really friendly guys. All terrible sim racers. Maybe we can have a race against them. Yeah. I wouldn't trust my knowledge about force feedback. It's very dangerous. You shouldn't trust anything. X-Files. I say hello, cast. I don't think anything in iRacing likes sausage. Which is weird. It's not too bad on the curb in this car, but it just doesn't like big bumps. I was thinking for Gamescom, because it's quite a big, so most of it is just gaming, just pure gaming stuff. Microsoft Flight Sim should hopefully be doing some announcements, nothing like groundbreaking, but hopefully a little bit more information on the career mode.
The pace car is out of control.
I don't know, but I'm hoping that's what they do. I'm thinking I might do like a walkthrough tour video of the... So, Gamescom, they divide the halls up. You've got like a merchandise hall with like weeb pillows and stuff. You have like a farm sim, Chinese MMO RPG crazy hall. Like for like the AAA titles, probably where Microsoft booth will be. They have like a hardware hall. So the sim racing stuff is normally in the hardware hall. So we'll probably do like a walk around of maybe do one video for each hall. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm not dead. But that, I think it could be quite fun trying to do like a walkthrough video and failing miserably. Ultimate test for the DJI Pocket 3. We used it at Sim Formula Europe in January, which was actually awesome. That's a really good thing to go to if you want to test out some really high-end sim racing equipment. Sim Formula Europe's really nice. The Acertech were there, Track Racer, ImSim, some other companies whose names I forgot, but tons of equipment. Really good way to try some stuff. That's in Maastricht in January, and the people that organise it are really nice as well, and super friendly, really chilled out. Also a vintage car thing. But anyway, at that, we've got a video on our channel of that if you want to watch that on YouTube. We did that with the DJI Pocket 3, which is a really good camera, but it also has a 32-bit microphone that doesn't clip. So it was. So last year at Gamescom, there's no T on there's no password on this server. Normally it is T. Last year at Gamescom, I was having chronic audio issues, which is partly why I ended up buying the DJI Pocket 3 camera. Last year at Gamescom was like a nightmare to record audio. Just trade shows are the worst. Positively, the absolute worst recording environment. Maybe, oh no, actually like on a runway is really bad. I found that out in 2019. After being on a runway near planes taking off, trade shows, second worst recording environment for audio that I've experienced. Yeah, runways are really bad. The noise of a jet engine or even a turboprop pierces everything. It's just like it's like a insane loud white noise. Trade shows, it's like sporadic music that's copyright. That's fun. Loads of like other people talking at the same in the same way the person you're interviewing. Loads of people randomly walking around bumping into you and walking in front of your camera. Yeah, trade shows should be where microphones are reviewed. Just walking around trade shows. Staying hydrated, yeah. Well, I'm drinking coffee, so probably not. Thomas is back on her tail. He'll be attacking us this time. He's not got the wrong tyres. This is pretty bad. If I like, we're live streaming and we're just winning whilst chatting. This is when you know you've done too much sim racing, guys. This is when you know you've really messed up. The mods for this server are when you go on Content Manager, the mods are all listed on the server page. We've got Sim Racing Expo in, is it in October, isn't it? 11th to 18th of October or something? That'd be awesome. Got a bit to go for that. It's going to be interesting. Whoa! It's going to be interesting seeing how many people, like... So in the past, Sim Racing Expo used to only be Germans, basically. A couple of Brits, but mostly Germans. We're using the CMRT HUD. But gradually more and more international people have gone to Sim Racing Expo, and it seems to have got more consumer. It used to be a pretty much a sort of events, entertainment focused industry. Thing, and now it seems to like it's got that, but it seems to be more and more consumer interest in it, which is quite weird. If I was in Croatia right now, I'd be swimming in the lake or at the seaside. Well, nice. No, I mowed the lawn. You don't want to mow the lawn. Thomas hugging the inside line. Kind of what you got to do to defend on this track. We just did BLGP, and can we get past the Thomas? full send. Might have to start throwing you guys out of the car. Oh, that was close. Bit of nostril sticking there. Bloody, round the outside of here is not a good idea. Oh! What racing! Well, good. Pure racing action. Good driving. Oh, Thomas has run wide! Oh no, the banana peel that we threw out the car. He's let down the subscribers, guys. He's let them down. What can I say? If we're winning 2 races in a row, it's going to have to F. You guys are all going to have to quit sim racing. Disgusting. We're going to need some people to join the server to put up a real fight. Thomas tried, you know, it was nice. It was a nice little battle. Tried his best. I threw too many bananas at him. His radiator was all blocked up with banana skins. Another victory. 2 in a row. Right, next track. The Schmidt was defeated. No Lidl's discount card for him. Thomas gets second. Who gets third? Let's have a look here. Woo. Smudge in third. Well done. Woo. Grommy TT fourth. We'll get the next track up here. I don't know. Are we ready for some? We could do some road in America. That'd be nice. We'll let everyone finish first. We should be mega teabagging it after that. Matty B 5th, Mango Punk 6th, Mike 7th. Well done, guys. Let's get this next server up. Yeah, you can just join it by typing in Gamer Muscle. The content is linked on the page, and yeah, nice and simple. Alright, next server's going up. That was good fun. Can't go wrong with a bit of Brands Hatch. Especially with this car. It's a really nice car to drive. Alright, let me change. Actually, don't join just yet. I'm going to change the settings so that people aren't getting kicked for the ping. Just wait a second, guys, before joining. Please hold. Yeah, your tea bags were robbed. Daylight tea bag robbery. Hello, Dan Marshall. How's it going, man? Okay, server's up now if you want to get in there. Oh my goodness, it is humid. Oh, got the fan on. Get in there. That's better. That's good racing. Let's have a look at the ratings here. Race control, tracks, drivers, results, online. Here we go. Oh, I've got the most tea bags. Oh, I'm the richest tea bagger on, as it should be. 457,000 tea bags. I'm about to pass 500. Alan's in third. Dario's in fourth. Josh fifth. I mean, this is... I have the most crashes. Oh no, Gibby has more crashes than me. I have 146 crashes. Oh no, I only have 5.8 crashes per... 5.8 per 100 kilometers, which isn't too bad. Let's laugh at who's got the worst crashes per kilometers. Young Golf. He's got 659 crash per 100 kilometers. Pingo, 210. These guys are very close to getting banned. Auto banned. No, we don't. The thing is, we can't do ballast. We've lost the ballast button. That can't happen. Yeah, that's like a boat full of tea. Get in there, guys. Active. Good, really good track this. Good car track combo, actually. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, to hit the like button. Also, remember, we've got links for Moser, Fanatec. Personally, I wouldn't buy Fanatec stuff right now until they sort out the business stuff. But we have affiliate links for Moser, Fanatec, Iron 8 thermoses. If you go to iron8.com and use the code T, these are the best drinks bottles you can get. They do plastic ones. It's not really plastic. They do like Recyclon, they call it. They do really awesome drinks bottles, which I've been using for the last decade. Yeah, we have a 10% discount on there with the code T if you want a drinks bottle. What else do we have? Yeah, we have a Moser affiliate link for the joysticks as well. check out Sim Staff if you have you want like technical support with your sim rig and your equipment, or you've got equipment that's broken out of warranty and you want someone to fix it. Right, sim rig support I think it is actually. Always get the names mixed up. What else? What else? This is too much stuff. Just click the like button and enjoy watching the stream. Drink lots of tea. That's all that matters. A Fanatec video. Well, there's no. I don't make videos unless I can add something of value. Not really much to say. First RPG I played. I can't remember what it was called. It was on like a 90s 2D top-down game. I can't remember what it was called. No, E.T. wasn't an RPG. That was like I don't even know what you call that. I don't know what you call E.T. A disaster. I think it was on PC, or it might be on Amiga, I'm not sure. Daniel Naito, hello. Never really a big. So I used to play a lot of early on. So it'd be like GoldenEye. I played a lot of Half-Life 1, Day of Defeat, Worms 1 and Worms 2, Command & Conquer. Used to play a lot of Tibson actually, more than anything else. Need for Speed 2, Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. It's played on SNES. You said, was it 4x4 Nitro Racing or something? You used to play a lot of. Had some Jalico fighting games on the Atari ST. I used to play Double Dragon a lot. Populous on the Atari ST. I used to like Dungeon. What's it called with the 4 characters? Dungeon. What was it called? It wasn't Dungeon Master. It was like Gauntlet. I used to really enjoy Gauntlet. I guess that's an RPG. That was probably the first RPG. It's not really an RPG though, but yeah, I really like Gauntlet. Skullduggery. I used to play a lot on the Atari ST. Bomb Jack. That's good. Played that shitloads. I did play Underground. Played the entire game with an MX-5. I didn't really play Dungeon Keeper. I played Theme Hospital and Theme Park and Roller Coaster Tycoon. They were good. I really like Roller Coaster Tycoon. Roller Coaster Tycoon was just a very satisfying game to look at. I really enjoyed Cannon Fodder as well, but never really got that far in it. Oh, Lemmings as well. Play that a lot. And then in the arcade, I'd play House of the Dead, Point Blank, Time Crisis, Sega Rally. What was the bloody... What was the game with the guy? Really good pixel art and animations by Neo Geo. Forgot what that was called. Metal Slug, yeah. That was awesome. Never got very far in that either, but used to enjoy it. Yeah, loads of 90s PC stuff like Virtua Soccer. Oh, it's Actua Soccer. The Actua Tennis. Forsaken. Trick Style. There's loads of like really awesome Windows. 90s Windows, Big Red Racing, Return Fire. They were all good games. Awesome games. Rats. I used to play that when I was like 5. That was on Windows, like basically a rip-off of Super Bomberman, but a Windows game. We have rats that keep mating, and then you have to like blow them up. That's good. Back in the day, used to play that on a black and white laptop. I never got into SimCity. It was too like complicated. It was too much stuff going on it. Oh yeah, Doom. Played a lot of that. Then of course like Quake 3. I missed Quake 2 and Quake 1. Played a lot of Doom. Played a lot of Quake 3, Unreal Tournament, you know. This full game history. I only ever played all the best games. Interstate 76. It does seem like when you go through history of games, there was a lot more variety. Not just because you've got the entire history of games to go through, but like, generally speaking, I think there's less variety in the AAA space now. Like in terms of like, the best, you know, the top games of the year, there seems to be less variety. There probably is more variety if you include all like indie games and stuff, but in terms of like what were the top, if you were to look at the top 15 games going back of each year, I think there was more variety in the past in that top 15 games. Like the best games of each genre would have been quite good, whereas now I think you get like not as many pivotal genre games, or just a lot of sequels. Yeah, well, they didn't really know what would make money, did they? So they would let the developers kind of do stuff more, I think. And the games were more simple, so the expectation of how much content would be in a game was a lot lower. So even weirdly, game mechanics are pretty similar in modern games in terms of game mechanic depth. They're pretty similar, but the content richness, there's a lot more content but they're in more simplistic games. Does that make sense? So like if you were to take something like Hidden and Dangerous, mechanically that's a really advanced game. Like you have a whole system for your teammates, you have AI, you have individual maps, you have all the different command structures and all that kind of stuff. But the graphics were obviously limited by the time. There's not really a game that's like that now. And you look at like Call of Duty and stuff, mechanically they're pretty simple games, but there's a lot of detail in the maps and the animation and the voice acting and all that stuff going on. So I think developers, you know, it's kind of got a bit distracted in terms of like hypnotizing people with content as opposed to gameplay. A good example of that is like the Gran Turismo games. Like they have arguably they have high resolution graphics and car interiors, details and stuff, but the actual amount of content in it, gameplay content, and what you do as a player is actually reduced in many ways. Yeah, well, so back in the day, so a Formula One games actually have quite a lot of stuff in them, but they're obviously the same game over and over and over again for the last 15 years, so it's hard to really do a comparison. But it's like FIFA has quite a lot of stuff in it, actually, like in terms of like different teams, ignore that as content, I guess, but like formations, strategy stuff, picking characters or management things and stuff. There's actually quite a lot in it, but it's been the same game for 15 years. So if you were to divide, when you consider that, it's like, well, actually there's not much in it over that period of time compared to one game that would come out every 3 years. It's weird. It is weird the way games have gone. Do you remember like the SWAT games or Rainbow Six, all that kind of stuff? Like, there's quite a lot to do in them to play through them. The other difficulty thing is like multiplayer now is so prominent, and that takes up a lot of time. So I don't know. I definitely think there's less variety in games in some ways. But then you have stuff like AC with thanks to modding, and you have with AC it's like, oh well, you can do track racing, you can host servers, you can do all the different weather and everything, and then you can do like street racing, and then you can do rally. Like the one game has so much. AC has more in it than like 5 previous games that would have come out in 2000, so Wilson, do I think these big dev studios have a lot of impact on the vision of the game? Yeah, well, it's just a cost thing. So if you have also management, if you have a huge studio, you have to give your staff stuff to do. And obviously there's the expectation to do all the content, but then that makes it it's a less agile process of development, and then every single decision has massive compounding time components to it. And then also, if you have a game that has a lot of content, like loads of maps, loads of weapons, loads of tracks or something, you have all the staff to be able to support that, you're then trapped into a design process that forces you to use that stuff. Whereas if you have a 15-man dev studio, it's way more agile. Like you're not going to accidentally waste a few £1 million with a decision. Also, with any creative projects, like music, film, games, or whatever, there's often times where the actual solution is to destroy a ton of what you've produced because it's just not good enough or it doesn't work. And the problem is, if what you're producing is so expensive, you can't really afford to do that. You're then stuck with the shit stuff. So you look at a lot of films that have ended up being really good films. It's because the director has just cut out a lot of stuff. They've only kept the cream, and they've removed all the things that were maybe not ideal. When you do that, it's a lot harder in many ways with video games. There's so much work that goes into content. You're like, oh well, just cut that because it's just not that good compared to the rest of the game. You can do that, but you have to be really creative with how that's done. And there's also so many games that only come together last minute, and the more complex a game is, the harder it is to make that last minute coming together actually happen. It's also very hard to save a complex game, I think. Joint Ops, Keith, I don't remember that. Are they Socom? Are they Socom games? Socom. Yeah, I think for video games as an art, I think you basically, the optimal team size is 5 people. And once you go beyond that, it's impossible to, unless the other people are purely doing content, they're not actually, they're just doing grunt work, basically. Because at the end of the day, most games basically are, or a lot of games, are single designer, lead programmer, lead artist sort of thing, is the core creative. I think once you've got these huge studios, it's just such a difficult machine to then produce to give you sort of artistic freedom that doesn't cost too much. And then you have the problem of anything's possible now. Computers can basically create any sort of 3D game, and they're not really tech limited in many ways. And so there's too much freedom for designers to basically be like, oh, let's do this, we should do this, we should do this, we should do this, rather than it being, oh, the computer can barely do anything, how on earth can we try and create the best shooter? Or how on earth can we get the game to be somewhat decent? And so that the constraint of trying to get a machine that can't do much to do something, then focuses the design in a really tight way. So for example, vector graphics and stuff, it'll be oh, hang on, okay, we can do these vector graphics, and they look kind of you can do laser beams and stuff really well. Oh, okay, hang on, we can then you do some kind of laser effect in the game if we do this. And so that the technology, purely quirks of the technology, inform the design process, and that weirdly produces interesting art. It's the same with that's the same with painting or sculpting or any art. If you have a medium that's a non-standard medium, someone's oh, I'm going to try and do a portrait, but I'm going to use shadows. Well, they'll inevitably come up with really interesting ways of using objects or lighting to, it's going to, the medium itself is going to produce a specific artistic output and focus that artistic output. So with the instruments as well, you give someone one type of instrument, and you're oh, try and make some decent music with this somewhat limited instrument. They'll probably come up with something really quite novel and unique, because they've had to focus all their creativity into a very narrow spectrum. Yeah, some small, say the indie stuff. But then I think the problem with a lot of indie stuff now, not always, but a lot of it is like really just really derivative and a bit, I don't know. It's fine, there's nothing wrong with that, but the problem with the it's complicated. The tools are so good for indies that it's so easy for an indie developer to take too much on. I think that's a really big problem. There we go. 5th place at the moment. Not bad. What time we got? 2:05.2. 2:05.2. 2:05.1. Hang on. Share your setups. Share your setups, you gits. I didn't do any really good laps. It should be pretty competitive though. Everyone's got pretty similar times here. Joint Tops was by Nova Logic, who made the Delta Force games. Then THQ bought Nova Logic. THQ sold the rights to Delta Force last year to Chinese company, so that's why we have the the Black Hawk game, isn't it? It's crazy how that works. Do you remember F-16 Multi-Role Fighter? That was really good. That was by Nova Logic. Had some really cool. Because they had the really cool flight sim tech. Nice lap times, guys. It's off to the race here. Well, I can see they're kind of doing both. The player movement looks super quick though. Yeah, I would have preferred them to have gone for something that's slower and more tactical, because it seems to me the sweet spot for an FPS right now, I think a developer could come in, basically do Battlefield, so basically do more of a Project Reality, more like Arma Project Reality, but then mixed with Battlefield. So more, in many ways, like Battlefield 1942, the original one. I think if a developer came in, took them the concept where you got to capture the flags on a map, could even be an island, but it's accessible, and the spawning of weapons, like you've got the weapons, the Battlefield weapons, the spawning of tanks and helicopters, that's all Battlefield, but it's like an Arma Island, it's like Project Reality movement speed, maybe a little bit more arcadey, and some, you know, spawning can be a little bit more forgiving. If they do that, I think they can make an absolute killing. But they keep trying to get. So what seems to happen is there's this thing of like, oh well, COD sells really well, so everything has to be like Call of Duty, and it's really that's how Battlefield has basically killed Battlefield. It kept getting more and more like Call of Duty, and it just doesn't really make sense for that type of game. I mean, maybe it does get more sales though on console and stuff, so maybe financially it makes sense, but it's a worse game. You've already got Call of Duty, so you don't need that twice. Weirdly, Call of Duty's tried to do some Battlefield stuff. It's like, well, why? Just make another bloody game. Don't just merge stuff. Yeah. Oh, donut time. No, but I think that was also to do with Battlefield 2042 was like super buggy at launch, had loads of cheats in it, and the map design is horrendous. The flow of the maps is terrible. Like the gameplay is run in, spam shoot, or you get shot randomly, respawn, spam shoot, or you die randomly. spam, it's just terrible. The whole point of Battlefield was, right, we've got a team, how are we going to get this objective? Let's move in this way, let's try and use some vehicles. Okay, we capture it, right. Now let's try and move to the next objective. Oh, the enemy team's captured this one. Okay, you guys reinforce that one. We'll get this one. Oh, we can use the plane to help us take it. Now, it's just... Battlefield just turned into, oh, everyone just attack everything straight away. Absolutely brain dead. Really boring. Hell Let Loose is like 1,000,000 times more fun. And that's only got bloody World War II soldiers running around. Well, even Battlefield 3. Battlefield 3 was really good. And Battlefield 4 was quite good, yeah. But it started to get the janky COD stuff into it. But it still had a bit of the old Battlefield stuff in it. No, they weren't peak Battlefield. The peak Battlefield was Battlefield 1942, Desert Combat Mod, Bad Company. Battlefield Bad Company was good, and Bad Company 2 were good, and then they got worse. As someone that played Codename Eagle, Battlefield was like my big. I was a super mega fanboy. And I had all the Battlefield games at launch. I had to get them with my pocket money. They were bloody expensive at the time. And basically, the decline happened after Battlefield 2. Was when you could see where the decline had occurred. Like 2142 was okay, but it was just technically bugged. You could see the decline. And then they just kept doing random shit instead of fixing the core stuff. Here we go. Take it easy, guys, into T1. If you crash, you're going to be mocked. I really liked Call of Duty Black Ops myself. I played it a lot on the Xbox 360. I never played Battlefront really. That was really popular though. A lot of people really liked it, but I never really got into it. I mean, Battlefield 1942, if it wasn't for the lag, was so fun. Like the different maps, like Wake Island and dropping the bombs from the planes was so fun. How you had to hit the tank perfectly. And they did Battlefield 1943 on console, as in an Xbox 360 arcade game. But then they closed all the servers. It was only a few maps, so it was really fun. Because the Frostbite engine for Bad Company had much better netcode than the original Battlefield. Too wide! Yeah, so what happened with Call of Duty is basically after Black Ops 2, I think it was, all the key people left the studio. And so you notice, Call of Duty, each map was designed differently, kind of like how Counter-Strike maps are, right? Each map had a different layout and a different way to play them and some good camp spots and different things to do. And then what happened was, because they got rid of all the designers, and they didn't want to play test maps properly, and they just wanted it to be super simple, all the maps just turned into sort of like non-designed maps where you just have a bunch of islands, like loads of circles, and then paths around those circles, so anyone can spawn anywhere, and effectively every single map plays identically. They might look different, but they're all basically just like a random load of paths. It's really bad. It's like it's really weird that they don't understand that in an FPS, the map is a crucial part of the design of the game. Like, it's like in a driving game, the cars are important. You know, cars matter, but the tracks are a really big part of a driving game. Bloody hell. Flat on the throttle, caught that. Like in a rally game, the cars are awesome, but in a rally game, the track is basically, the game is the stages, not the cars. EA seem to not understand that for WRC Rally. I don't know why these things are like I think it's too subtle for bean counters to understand, because they just see it as, oh, it's a map. You have to understand game design to understand the relevance of the different components of the game. Hello, Jason Murphy. Yeah, but WRC Rally is objectively worse than Dirt Rally and Richard Burns Rally. So the stages look worse, the game runs worse, the handling is what it is, but it's worse than older rally games. It launched with broken AI, it launched with broken graphics engine, the lighting launch was broken, so you couldn't see stuff properly half the time. Yeah. Don't make me get my didgeridoo out. Hello, Churro Motive. It's not subjective. I mean, you could say everything's subjective, but it really isn't. Anybody that's actually got eyes. No, like the stages are less detailed in WRC. They have better higher resolution textures, but the actual variety in game assets
out of control.
and variety in the stages is less than Dirt Rally and Dirt Rally 2. Even WRC has better variety in like stage design, the older ones, the non-Codemasters one. The high quality goggles. Oh, come on, I avoided you. I got you back. I avoided you and then you hit me twice. Who was that? But you have to have your car radar on. You can't turn into a car that's next to you. Whoever was responsible for the stage did a very good job. Well, they're not terrible stages, but it's worse than Dirt Rally 1 and 2, so it's worse. The stages are worse quality than games that came out 10 plus years ago. So for effectively a AAA title, that's a total cock-up. That's an absolute massive cock-up. I think the problem is EA have a habit of really mismanaging projects. It's just too big. It's not a bold statement. It's like I'm very familiar with video game art and level design and level creation. Yeah, so what you've done, you're just regurgitating their marketing bollocks. So EA, right, they need it. So they had the previous engine they had, ran really well, looked great, and also worked fantastic in VR, which isn't the most important of things because that's not where the majority of sales are, but it's a perfectly workable and decent engine, right? However, guess what? When you buy a studio and all the staff leave the studio because they no longer want to work for some giant conglomerate that couldn't give a shit about them and they don't have creative freedom, if you're a big publisher, guess what? You really don't want to be using the tech that was done by the company before. You want to be using some general industry standard tech, i.e. something like Unreal Engine, because when you use Unreal Engine you don't have to retrain all the staff constantly because it's a familiar engine. So when you go to a different engine, primarily because of bad staff management and staff churn requiring you to use an industry tool that's then easier to get people up to speed in it because you keep sacking people. So if you go to a new engine, rather than being honest and saying what I've just told you, which is generally the reality in a lot of cases, rather than saying that on your marketing, what you would say is, we've gone to this new engine because it's so much better and we can have longer rally stages. And now the beauty of saying that is that even though virtually nobody would actually care about longer rally stages, people will lap it up because they'll go, well, that logically makes sense. And it's just, you know... so like, the fact is, the absolute fact is, vast majority of players of Dirt Rally could not complete the Dirt Rally 2 full stages in one sitting. It's too long. Those stages already were far too long for the vast majority of players of the game. So, and no, they weren't even 5 minutes. They were like 6-7 minute stages. It's fine. They could do it even longer. Anyway, the point is, the vast majority of players couldn't do that anyway. So, regardless, pretty much everybody that plays rally games would rather have more stages that were unique than 3 longer stages. The vast majority, like if you're talking about the actual vast majority of people playing it, because they're not, generally, most of the stages aren't even one-to-one with real life anyway still, so, you know. Like, the vast majority of rally game players would just want a developer like Codemasters would be for them to do like Dirt Rally 2, but to every quarter release like 2 or 3 new full stages. That is what the vast majority of people want from a rally game. They just want more stages all the time. That's it. And they would be happy to pay a quarterly fee for that. And they'd be like, oh wow, the new stage is coming out, the new things, oh, and there's a new car as well, and there's some new other features every quarter. What they don't want is broken AI, broken single player, stuttery graphics, lower detailed stages that just a little bit bland. So, I mean, what do I know? It's only like I've paid attention to the data in the industry and what you can see people actually do. You know nothing, Jon Snow. But yeah, the longer stages thing was purely an excuse to justify, to try and make out that going to Unreal Engine wasn't about game engine from a development perspective for staffing. I guarantee you, with like 85 to 90% probability, that is the reason that they changed engine, is to do with staff training, and ideally they go, well, in the future you've got the core components of the game and it's easier to develop content into Unreal Engine than the previous engine, especially with rotated staff, so it's easier for them to then develop future content. That's the reason. But you don't have to listen to me. Rocky Roads, it's not simulating real rally anyway in the first place. And also, even with their longer roads in WRC, the vast majority of the game is playing segments of those longer roads anyway, which renders the longer roads totally redundant. So even even within their logic, or the idea of, oh, longer roads is more realistic, well, not really when they break it up, and so the smaller stages are the same length as they were in the previous games anyway. Like, use some, like, think about it. It's pretty funny. WRC has less players than Dirt 2, so I you know. Also, Dirt Rally 1 was the result of an independent team that was kind of left to their own devices within Codemasters, which then gave them the freedom to actually execute on the project, doing things like really nice tracks, really awesome audio, really nice things with like the way the design decisions of recording the co-driver on a motion rig, so the co-driver voice recording actually lined up and sounded dramatic. It's like Paul Coleman and crew did a really good job, and then Codemasters were like, oh, thank you for saving the company with this game that was a result of us giving freedom to staff. Let's now sell the company. Oh, and then EA are like, money, money, money. Oh, we totally don't understand the point. Welcome to the business of video games. But artists do really good work. Put loads of, like, they'd have like done so much like crunch and additional work on Dirt Rally 1. And look what happens when corporate-minded people get onto it. That's my impression of corporate people. They're the worst. They ruin all art. I'm not bitter about games development at all. I've only ever had a positive experience of games development, and it's not affected me in any way. Oh dear. I'm not traumatised by the games industry. This is not the reason why I do YouTube and live streaming at all. Captain, mentally scarred. You know what happened with like GoldenEye as well, and like how the actual core dev team weren't a lot of them weren't particularly financially rewarded, despite producing one of the greatest FPS games on console of all time and completely changing the console, like the landscape of console games. Some of those developers did all right out of it, but a lot of them that put in shitloads of work got nothing. Well, not nothing, but you know what I mean? Nothing relative to the hours they put into it. games industry. We got 5th there. I think we're doing the reverse grid race. Well, it was good fun, that. Good driving by most people. Most people. Borma Sanic with the win there. Gromit 2nd. Herbert Postolski 3rd. Platts 4th. I think I need the setup that you guys are using. That's clearly what the issue is. Yeah, what the difficulty with... So the problem with handling of cars, even rally cars, is that in reality they actually have insane grip. And so there's multiple difficulties that go on. One, people have, depends on the equipment they have, colours how their feeling of how much grip there is a big thing. 2, in real life you feel G-forces, so it makes everything feel more connected. 3, most people, 80-90% of people, don't understand how grippy cars actually are in real life, and they think that they should be less grippy in sims and stuff. And especially with rally cars, huge numbers of people think that rally is still 90s rally. They've never seen they've never seemingly watched real world onboard rally car footage or been to a rally. The modern rally cars they're insane. They're like GT3 rally cars. They're mental, and they're driving in a super pokey way. So a lot of people don't know that because their view of rally is probably sort of like a Colin McRae era. I don't know, like rally, it's slidey, it's dirt, so it'll be slidey, but it's like not necessarily. So there's a whole bunch of things going on: equipment, misconceptions of physics, the reality of sims versus real life driving. So it's very hard to understand why someone would go, well, it's very hard. You can see why people will go, oh, this is too grippy or not grippy enough, and they from their perception of it. And it's very hard to know where someone's actually just confused or someone's actually right. Marinda Racing, well, that's a whole different thing, and it depends. So it depends how you're measuring the measurements. So in a race car, you're strapped in with a 5-point harness, so only the lower part of your leg would be affected by the G-forces. Let's say the bottom part of your leg weighs 4 kilograms when you brake. Okay, that's going to give you additional 4 kilograms, but it's mostly the muscular force that you're applying that is doing the stuff to the brake. A real car brake is going to, you can actually measure how much force that a driver pushes on it, and you can line up the parity. That doesn't. You can also set up a real car brake to be more or less sensitive. Different drivers set up real car brakes to have more or less throw or more or less sensitivity. Depends on the car. In a simulator, you might want it to be more or less sensitive, depending on your own personal preference and the fact that it's not real life. There's just so many variables. Can someone send me this setup quickly for the next race? Yeah, I mean, some people just like having a solid pedal that you push against. That's some people just like that. I personally prefer like a little bit squishy pedal because I feel so. A big thing in Sims is you. Because most AC actually has good force feedback for braking and a loading. Most sims don't have any force feedback for braking. So you end up memorizing the feel of the brake pedal on your foot, which you don't normally do in a real car. Like, you might feel the ABS vibration, but why are you driving a race car with ABS? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, that shouldn't be in a race car. Hot take. So in a sim, you're like memorizing the feel, so a less sensitive pedal is going to be easier to be precise with. Also in a sim, you have to be way more precise in a simulator than a real car in many ways, because sims are just there's less noise, less stuff going on, so the times are generally closer. In some ways it's more repetitive, there's more variability in real life, so you get to a point where so much of it is dependent on loads of factors. Yeah, I mean, a real cut. Like, this is really absurd in sim racing, where people buy like £2,000 active pedal, right? Because, oh, it feels just like real world ABS. It's like, well, hang on a minute. If you've got an ABS system in a real car, why do you need it to be, like, of all the things that you don't really need to be able to feel necessarily, like, I'm not, you do, like, you'd want to know when ABS is kicking in and to what extent because of the way you can tweak ABS and set it up. But of all the things, that would be the least reason to have a really high quality pedal. Because you've got the whole point of ABS, or one of the biggest points of ABS, is to mitigate drivers accidentally locking up, and to protect tyres, and to also help make cars more approachable for shitter drivers. That's a large part of ABS in race cars. It's like for customer cars in GT3 and stuff. So the whole absurdity of like, wow, these pedals, like, don't get me wrong, the active pedal's really good for a whole bunch of other stuff, like adjusting the pedal precisely without having to keep getting up and tweaking it, sim centers, being able to quickly change the pedal for customer to customer. But I know they're not really a rip-off. They make sense for certain contexts, but a large number of the things that sim racers hype the pedals for are really stupid things to be hyping a pedal for. like stuff the active pedal's really good for, as I say, driver training centers, quickly adjusting from car to car in a game. If you want it's quite immersive to have playing Euro Truck Sim, it's really squishy, or you play a Formula car and maybe it's stiffer or whatever, that can be useful. And the vibrations and feelings from it, great, it's fantastic. Also, the pedal position, if you're doing a car with heel and toe in, or you just want different pedal positions for different things, fantastic. So there's really good reasons for it, but the majority of marketed reasons that you see are all pretty dumb. That's because sim racers a lot of sim racers, not all of them, latch onto some of the dumbest stuff that just it's just regurgitated. And also, most sim racers that are spending a lot of time sim racing are playing iRacing, a game that doesn't support actually braking properly at the limit, because if you over-brake in iRacing, the tyres get stuck over the limit. So you have to always brake under the limit, which means in iRacing, you're actually better off setting a input cap so that when you brake in a straight line for certain corners on the track that are like the crucial corners, you could just push the brake and as if it had like full-on ABS or something, which loses you a bit of brake performance, but is much better than having the potential for it to accidentally lock up if you just stamp on it. And on average, because I use it, you can be in the top split, finishing in 10th or so, which is better than the vast majority of sim racers playing iRacing would ever achieve. So it's so stupid when you actually know the reality of how equipment is used and the reality of what's going on with these simulators, but it's just like weird snake oil. And I'm not saying the equipment's bad, I'm just saying the way that it's the way sim racers tend to communicate this stuff is because a lot of it is based on hardboy fanboyism of the different platforms, and then arbitrary stuff they've latched onto. But what can you do? You're going to get that in any market where there's complexity. Where's he going? There, I knew that would happen. I thought he would have kept sliding across in front of us. That's why VR's good. I would have been able to see him. I just assumed it was going to keep sliding more. Grass is grippier in this. He crashed on the straight somehow. I don't know how. Yeah, sim racing has a lot of this stuff, like car setups, things. It's like, don't get me wrong, I think like VRS setups, Craig's setup shop, there's a whole bunch of them are really quite good for, you know, why not have good setups? And VRS do good driver coaching and things. But the vast majority of sim racers are so far off the pace and have such poor car handling control and consistency, it's irrelevant. It's like totally irrelevant. And then you ask yourself the question, shouldn't a sim just have good baseline setups built into the sim? Like, shouldn't, as part of a video game, that should be there, right? And to be fair, iRacing has the fixed setup races, which took years of me saying and other people saying, guys, you should have fixed setup races so that people don't have to do all this setup game, which in sim racing, a lot of sim racers again think that real world drivers are all sat down doing the real world setups, which is absurd. Like, once you get to like if you were doing F4, F3, F2, F1, GT3, the vast majority of drivers are going to a team, and the team has expertise with the specific car, the specific track, and they set the car up based off that expertise. The driver can give them feedback and say, oh, I'm struggling on these corners, the car's understeering here, it's a bit different today than yesterday, can we adjust this? And then the team will adjust it. But the driver's not setting up the meta setup that gets you 2/10 more or 1/10 more. The team is normally doing it. But sim racers, they seem to think that most real world drivers are all spending hours doing car setup stuff at the track or something. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Who set him off? Oh, there's so much stuff like this in sim racing. It's mental. What else is there? What else goes into this category of ridiculous sim racing memes? Pelucan, yeah, but they're not driving. So those types of drivers are not driving at the higher competitive level. So generally speaking, and yeah, they also, there's a lot of people that they own their own car and they do that, but that's not gonna maybe an MX5 racing and club racing, sure, but that's not those drivers normally aren't actually very like the high-end drivers. Yeah, but it's just not to the degree that it's in sim racing where it's absurd. So I mean, also in real life, the skill level is so broad compared, even worse than sim racing. Like, the skill level is so absurdly spread in real life because real life is just 90% about who can afford to do it. So the setup stuff is, even in terms of like that last sort of performance, when when you're talking about how much it affects stuff in F2, F1, F3, F4, lower than that, the skill level is so spread in real motorsport that so many of the drivers it wouldn't make any difference at all because they're so off basic driving skills. But yeah, the idea that I think a lot of sim racers have, that the majority of race drivers all are like car engineers, or that's a given, that's what's insane. Some drivers are very knowledgeable with setup, but it's not the majority, and it wouldn't even make sense. It's like if you're in anything, if that's not your like job to be an expert on those things, like you just don't have enough time for it. Like like let's say you're doing. Let's say I was filming something somewhere we're doing a video production or something. If you've got a bloody lighting crew and an audio crew and professional cameramen, well, I'm gonna bloody let them do their job, aren't I? It's not. I could know how to use all the equipment, and I could know all these. I could know all these ins and outs of lighting and all this stuff. But guess what? It's going to be better to allow the people that not only trained and maybe have the same base knowledge, but the people that actually have the experiential knowledge of that specific stuff. It's going to be better to let them do their job. So. Sim myths. Yeah, it's always whenever you have that conversation, you always get the person going, "No, but this driver knows car setup," or some of them. It's like, yeah, but they don't have to. That's the point. They don't necessarily have to. Order. So hang on, that's the setup thing. What else is there? Click the like button if you enjoy a sim racer that's had to put up with stupid sim racing arguments for 15 years and it's driven them insane. Well, any race car is super chill compared to a bloody car. Like motorbikes are insane. Well, no. So the 15 Newton meter. Right, the 15 Newton meter wheelbase thing is more to do with when OSWs and stuff first came around. Right, the stronger wheelbases, the high Newton meter wheelbases, wasn't because it wasn't that like, oh god, big number, that's fun. The reason why people went for those larger Newton meter wheelbases was because the motor was basically the same price as a lower Newton meter wheelbase. Like, it's only an extra 100, 200 pounds over a 20 or 15 Newton meter motor, because a large part of it is the power supply and stuff, and you might already have the power supply that can deliver the power. And then the other part was the larger servo motors had heavier internal mechanisms in them, which gave them a sensation of inertia and a sort of inherent inertia to them, which then the stronger power would override to some extent, but then that produces quite a natural feeling steering column. This was in the older OSWs before the software could somewhat emulate that with natural inertia force feedback settings or damping settings and things. So that was part of the appeal, was just the specific motor feel, not the fact that it could do 50 Newton meters. Also, yeah, different cooling properties of larger motors and a whole bunch of stuff. So, it's not that someone was necessarily going to be obsessed with running 50 Newton meters. Then you also have the component that you can have more natural bump steer with stronger motors, or motors that will could deliver the power into the wheel more directly. And also potentially more dynamic range. Again, it depended on the motor and the electronics. The actual dynamic range and feel of the wheel with the OSW systems, because they weren't like hyper selected motors. They were just industrial motors. You know, it would vary from motor to motor. It wouldn't break you, right? It depends on the speed at which it rotates, how it rotates, and how you're holding onto the wheel. So, I mean, even a 10 Newton meter wheel could break your wrists if you've got your wrist super over. What's it called? What's it called when you overextend a joint and it then breaks it? Super extended? I don't know. You can do that with a small amount of force. What are you doing? Drunk driving. Now we're using CMRT. Hyperextended, yeah. So if you've got your wrist hyperextended, it can take a very small amount of force to break some of the small bones in your wrist, for example. So that's quite a common thing with like a wheel might be that you're done counter steer, you've got your hand like this, and then maybe your wheel suddenly jolts left even more. That could be something that could happen. Yeah, also, a stronger motor and a stronger wheel, you could run, the higher strength force feedback you run, the more damper you can run and still get detail. But one of the nice things with like the Fanatec DD Plus, even like the Moser R12, Simagic, Acertec, whatever, the nice thing with the newer DD motors is that they still have really good slew rate, the speed at which they can like change direction, and not really nice dynamic range to the forces, even at lower amounts of force. So, and the interpolation filters, the inertia filters, the damping filters are a lot better than they used to be on OSWs and things. Paul Cotterill. Wow, it doesn't surprise me. Paul Cotterill's been run over by a double-decker bus and all he did was break his wrist. Extreme London bike rider. Ah, dear, here we go. Not bad. Take a sixth. We should still gain some tea bags. Next track will be going up. Oh no, we got fourth apparently. Fourth. The timing board was a bit weird. You've never broken it? Oh, I've only ever broken my wrist. Roller skating. Nice one, guys. Well done. Bona Samick with the win there. Can't read names. Grommy TT second. People have left the server and it's ruined the whole thing. Burby third. Smoke fifth. Gabba Nagy sixth. Diginas seventh. Well done, guys. My stream deck has crashed somehow. Try and fix that. And why it crashed. We'll get another session up. Pingo, your pedals committed. I can't say that word because of how the internet works. Mid race, they would only go up to 70%. That's suboptimal, isn't it? If you watch on YouTube, tickle the like button. Well, I hate that word. It's even more stupid. So Orwellian, isn't it? Oh, you're not allowed to say a certain word, so people are then saying a different word that means the same thing. So what was the point in the first place? It's so stupid. It's like, hang on. Just really bizarre. Like, oh well. It is what it is. I can't control the stupidity of the modern world. Here we go. Get ready. Try and get a server up with slots in it. No, it's just people can just join in. We have stat tracking. You get tea bags depending on your result and how well you drive, and then you see where you are. At the moment, if you type in !rank, it should show you where you're ranked. The server's up all the time as well. At the moment, I'm at the top. I'm the best. So 457,000 tea bags I have. Right, server's back up. Get in there. Non-alcoholic Guinness I drink a lot of. Just quite enjoy. How do you get involved? Well, you have to subscribe on Twitch and, well, follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube for free. You have to say DD Girl is blessed. You have to admit that AC1 has the best force feedback and tire model at this point in time, aside from Curbs. You have to donate a kidney and you have to upvote every comment I say on the internet. You have to admit that iRacing has a terrible tyre model. You have to... There's a long list. Don't stop. Yeah. Or you can just join the server. What's the consensus? Moser, Simagic. Most people prefer the motor on the Simagic because it's a little bit smoother feeling. But then you have to just go wheel rims from each company. So you just go, well, do you like the wheel rims that Simagic offer, or do you prefer the wheel rims that Moser offer? I think Moser might offer slightly cheaper wheel rims, but they've got pretty good parity between them. So you just look at the wheel rims and what's appealing to you. So I think Moser if you're on a slightly tighter budget, and I've got a Moser affiliate link, so that makes it better. And then Simagic if you like maybe want to spend like 15% more, I think it is on average. There's good options on both of them. It's hard to go wrong. Shedhead, man of cheese. Hello. Tarkus, everyone. Hello, everyone. Everyone say hello to each other. We have to do this every time someone pops in. We all have to say hello. 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 That's what you have to do. Le bonjour. Hello. Bienvenue. Salut tout le monde. I was going to swear then, and I realised I'd probably get into trouble. Even if it's in French, I was going to say some absolute filth. There's nothing more satisfying than French swear words. They're way better than English swear words. Fils. Va faire. Way better than English swear words. See, I've got a beat. Hopefully the beat button worked there, otherwise that's that demonetised. Oh yeah, I could do. I could have a button that goes every time someone comes in. Well, anybody? Well, anybody? Well, anybody? That's what we need. We do have that as a sound alert. Let's go. What car do we do after this one? We've just done RSR on 3 tracks. It was good fun actually. I know we did the Radical, and then we're having a little chill out in the MX-5, and then let's have a look on the server. I mean, I kind of feel like doing a Filderberg ring. Maybe not in the Maserati though. We could do it in the. I mean, vintage cars are good on Filderberg ring. What's a good vintage car? What about the Ford GT40? Is that good? Nah, that car's a bit weird. Something that's like got a bit of grip. Some difficulties. That RSR is nice and easy to drive. Yeah, but the Maserati might as well just run the Porsche Cup car. It's a similar sort of thing, but the Shelby Cobra. Yes, there we go. We'll do the Shelby Cobra there next at Filderberg. Everyone hates that car, but I like it. So tough. Tough. Unlucky. I really like the Shelby Cobra. Oh, we're doing this one for now, though. Well, you're not allowed. You know what? You're not allowed to be a noob. I was never a noob. I was born pro at everything. Basically, from the first day I played a sim, I was top talent straight away, immediately. I mean, my first sim racing was Richard Burns Rally, so I had to learn quickly. It was hard. It was a hard time back in the day. Those of us that were dropped into the cauldron, dropped into the fire pit of Richard Burns Rally. Modern sim racers don't know what that's like. They're goaded into sim racing slowly via console, relaxing console games. Whereas us hardcore gamers, us legendary elderly people, we had to go through like Super Mario on the SNES. I mean, that's harder than iRacing. We had to go through the pits of Grand Prix Legends and Richard Burns Rally. Like, it's just got easier for us, basically. I can't unban you, no, because it should. Why were you banned? You should be able to join the server if it's changed, because I haven't added you to a ban list. You must have like done something pretty bad to be banned. I mean, bad per the rules of this, however this is set up. Maybe you're too laggy or something. That's pretty bad. I don't know. I don't think anyone's on the block list. No. It says banned. I don't know why. I mean, you're not on the block list, so maybe your ping's too high or something. Maybe the server's full. I'm not sure. Maybe what's your name? What's your name in game? Maybe you've crashed too much and you've got no points left. What's your name in game? No, you should still have enough points. There's no one. Hang on. Oh, here we go. Kick Dumpo because he has unstable ping. Deviation of 635 milliseconds. Yeah, well, you playing on like the moon? Like, you've got more ping deviation than like bloody me doing a smoke fire to communicate to someone. You've been kicked from this. What was that? 6:18. So you've been kicked from this session. Next session we go to, it will let you back in. Basically, I don't think I can unkick. Like, it just kicks for the session. I can't unkick because of the way this works. I might. No, I don't think I can. Yeah, next race session you'll be able to join. I don't know how it works, but I can. There's no way for me to unkick you. But it resets after the session anyway. Oh, actually, I probably can't. I don't know how you do it in the game. I could probably type something, but I don't know what I type. Let's have a Google. How to unban someone. AC chat command. It's probably unban. Let's type. Unban, here we go. Hang on. How do you get the driver ID list? Client list. CLINT. Five. Oh, apparently you're not banned. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The server's gulagged him. Maximum gulagged. He's been lagged. Literally gulagged. It's a sad thing that happens. Yeah, it's weird. I can't add the deviation to be above like 300, otherwise if someone is lagging they're gonna wreck everyone. What's that, Tarkus? You're not talking about your iRacing post. What are you? You're banned from Reddit. What hole in my sock? Oh yeah, didn't even notice. Yeah, it's extra braking feel. Big toe blowout. Here we go, Stonkus lap inbound. Well, you should be. If you're going to say anything critical about iRacing, you need to lather it in positivity. Oh, please don't block. Please don't block. Please. iRacing moderators closed a post. What? What, for accusing you of trolling? Hang on. Nothing in your post was trolling. You just listed out the issues that you had with the sim. How insane is that? That is mental. I mean, you weren't really unreasonable. It's funny, isn't it? It's even iRacing Reddit has like weird. Because you were being critical. Ah, that is so funny. Like, hang on. So basically, that's an admission. That's an admission of how bad it is. If you were like, because you know if you're vaguely critical, yeah, that's mental. It shows you how like it's just ingrained. Yeah, well, clearly you were trolling because you obviously you didn't go along with the narrative. You fool. First of all, you need to be a real world race driver before you say anything critical about iRacing, because that's what the primary point. It doesn't matter what argument you make or what you say. You have to be a real race driver, otherwise everything you say is just going to be deleted. Yeah, well, that's why you should never post on Reddit. It's a silly, very silly thing to say. I warned you. I told you it was a waste of time. The Scientologists of sim racing. Yeah, well, you see my videos where, well, like our 5k iRating video, where we get to 5k iRating, which you can only do if on average you are winning or like finishing in the top 5. Like you're not going to get to 5k unless on average you are finishing in the top 5 in the top split for a period of time. But it's physically impossible. Like you have to be like, let's say top 7. You have to be finishing in the top 7, which means by definition you can't be getting crashed or crashing people, because you're just going to lose too much, especially in iRacing. For iRating, if you crash, you lose more iRating. So it's really funny with that 5k video where people are like, you have the cheek to say that people can't drive. Oh, clearly you're causing all the problems. It's like, well, no, like you genuinely, you could, even if you're a terrible racer, you can't crash and get to 5k iRating just because of the way the numbers work. I don't post on the iRacing forums. There's no point. I don't post on any games forums. They're all like, they're all full of like weird sycophants. Like all of them. AC, AMS2, just brainwash people. It's really weird. Like what? Forums can be useful for getting specific information about a sim, but like normally you get like the weird sort of game mega fanboys that then have a mega fanboy community on the forum, which is largely based around sucking up to the developer, whatever the developer does, and then trying to get like the developer to notice them on the forum. It's just really weird. It's like there's nothing wrong with like being like, I really like what this developer's done and appreciate what they've done, but it's really strange, the sort of forum behaviour thing of trying to censor people or trying to speak for the developer, or just weird stuff that goes on. Yeah, like, also these hardcore fan bases of games, when like YouTubers or influencers are positive about the game, they're like, oh wow, and they promote everything. They're like, oh, we look like really positive, And then the moment the influencer is honest and says, oh, well, this part of the game isn't good, or this is a really severe problem, they all turn on the influencer and then, like, focus all their effort on slagging them off. It's like a switch, because all they're interested in is their, like, weird cult. So it's not just iRacing, it's all the Sims have them. And you have the most mega deluded people on these forums that will, as I say, defend everything about the game in really weird ways. So, like in the past, I'd give like feedback on a forum about a specific thing, and then you'd inevitably get one of these mega fanboys going, "Oh, it's this car setting. Oh, have you tried this?" And it's like, yeah, obviously. Well, did you know that the developer has spoken to this real-world driver and they said it was really good? And you're like, yeah, I don't care. This is the problem. This is the issue. If the developer comments on it, fine, but you can't speak for them. So, yeah, I just don't bother anymore. You don't need to call them stupid, but... There's no doubt that iRacing is good. We have all our preferences, but there's a strong bias, as it offers... Well, it doesn't even offer that good multiplayer racing. It's just got a lot of people in it. Ironically... What is this guy do? You just go. Ironically, it's the netcode's worse than most games. The physics are worse than most games. It's just got a lot of people in it. That's it. That's if it didn't have the user numbers, it would lose its. That would have no significance. It's sort of like a self-fulfilling prophecy of it's become the generic competitive platform. Therefore, that's what it is. So the quantitative, like World of Warcraft, for example, is pretty crap as a game in many ways, but it becomes like the de facto MMO, and so everyone's like, oh, what's your rating in World of Warcraft? Oh, we're all playing World of Warcraft because it's the de facto MMO. So, yeah, I mean, I enjoy playing iRacing, but it's patently bad in many ways. It's still good fun, but it's got some very obvious issues. But the problem isn't individual sims being better or worse. The problem is weird fanboys of any sim that can't accept very mild criticism. No, I play iRacing really casually, because if you can't play it seriously because it's not good enough. I mean, you can play anything seriously if you want to, but I just play it messing around because that's the only real fun way to play it. Well, I could tell you if it's particularly realistic or not, and in many different ways. Like, you don't, like, just as you could fly a helicopter in one sim and another one, and you can tell if it's realistic or not. This is another myth with Sims, is that you have to have done the real world thing to know if something's realistic or not. It's a really weird myth. Yeah, well, it's fine. Like, no one's saying that you can't enjoy whatever you enjoy, or it's good enough for you. That's fine. The best. The best. This is the best. It's the best random call sign. Can't argue with it. It's the title. It's the best. The best. Best cup of tea. The best. What's funny is I use the same thumbnail when I'm playing iRacing and other games. The best. No, hang on. In the community, there's too many people that know that. Well, yeah, okay, but they would just have to make the problem is someone making an argument without actually making any points. So the point is, you don't have to have done. Like, it's also possible for real world drivers to jump into a sim and be completely wrong about which sim is closer to reality or not, because they subjectively latch onto different things. So you can't go, oh well, this real driver has said this, therefore they know better. It's like, often they don't. Often they've only played certain sims, they've only played certain cars in certain sims, they've only used certain equipment, they've only used equipment set up a certain way. They also haven't played that many stuff. Often they're shit real-world drivers. So they don't even know how to drive that well, but they just happen to do some real-world driving. It's loads of variables. Loads and loads of variables. The point is, someone just needs to... It's someone with all things. It's if someone makes a sensible argument. So like in AC, the curbing is very sensitive to spinning the cars, most likely due to the single contact point and some aspects of how the suspension works. Well, you don't need to be a real driver to point that out. And you could then say, well, I can see why what aspect of that is or isn't realistic. In iRacing, the tyres, when they start heating up, just turn off at the limit. You don't need to be a real driver to notice that that's a mental behaviour and fundamentally breaks driving at the limit in that simulator. You know, it's such an obviously large, like in Microsoft Flight Sim, plane's not stalling in the old one. The plane's not stalling naturally in any way that a physical object would stall in real life.
Let's go.
You know, you're like, well, obviously, it's just obvious. Like, of course, some people are gonna, you know. There is a lot of delusion, and then people that are deluded will claim the other people are deluded. So I'm never deluded. I'm always right. The best. The best. It's the best a man can get. Right. Here we go. Shimmer in first. Herbert second. Racing time. What is really funny is as stuff gets, like, eventually iRacing will sort its tire model out so the cars...
I don't like ACC.
So the cars drive like cars. And what's going to happen is the fans of iRacing will go, they will be like, oh, it's an improvement. But they won't admit that the previous stuff was really messed up. This happens with all games and all things. Like, you see it happening now with Trump, right? It's becoming blatantly obvious to even, like, mega Trump fans that Trump is insane, right? Especially compared to the other options. They're both terrible. You can't win with politics. But obviously, Trump is mental. And obviously, even, like, the right-wing press in America is, like, going, oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, he says it's actually stupid. And rather than someone admitting, oh yeah, actually he's a bit mental and actually it's a bit stupid, they will go, well, you know, it's just changed, and you know, people won't admit. They won't admit that they were wrong, but they will admit that the other thing is okay now to some extent. Do you know what I mean? So, like, in the simulator thing, if a simulator changes its physics drastically, supposedly better, logically, it has meant that the previous thing was worse. Logically, if the new thing is better, it's an admission that the previous thing was worse. Assuming that it is actually better. So, but that's not how it's framed. Like, the people would just go, oh yeah, the new thing's better, but they wouldn't then go, oh yeah, I apologise that obviously they fixed this old thing, and so yeah. Like the grass in iRacing, I said for years it's too slippy, it's causing loads of crashes, and it's like grass in real life in the worst case scenario. And iRacers would say, oh no, you don't know, you've never driven a real car on the grass, you wouldn't know. Look at, you know, I'll be like, look at all these videos of cars driving on the grass. Look at how it affects the gameplay. Look how, using logic and reason, the more grippy grass will stop people wrecking into walls and stop people sliding back onto the track. And as soon as they changed the grass, made it like 3 times grippier, probably so it could be slippy in the wet, but in the dry they made it way grippier. And none of those iRacers that were arguing with me for hours have gone, oh yeah, Game of Muscle was completely right about that. Like, none of them. Like, we had so many of them would go, oh, they were memeing on me going, oh, well, he's complaining about the grass, It's like, well, yeah, you evolve, you learn and improve, but you admit that the previous thing, you go, oh yeah, no, I was wrong, but people don't, generally speaking. They just accept the new thing and then casually try and pretend that the old thing was fine. You know, it was fine, it's just got better. I don't know what you're talking about with Jimmy. Jimmy's really good at presentation and stuff. Yeah, it's fine for companies not to say that. That makes sense. But the weird thing is when people do it, when they're defensive of products and things, it doesn't make any sense. Like, just, why do you care? Like, no, just.
The pace car is out of control.
I don't even know what you typed, random call sign. What are they doing? What's everyone doing? I don't know why you're talking about Jimmy. Like, what's that relevant to anything? Jimmy's always been pretty good, to be honest, at like live events and stuff. He's really good. Maybe he wasn't so good in the first ones he did, but there's a lot. If you've ever done like a live event or something, there's a lot going on that's very distracting, like people talking in your ears, random shit happening, being different cameras to look at, lighting, you can't see anything. Jimmy's always been pretty good at live event stuff, to be honest. Random call sign is a Baldur's Gate. Hello, Orumu. How's it going, man? Yeah, what does that have to do with anything we're talking about? Yes, you get better at things. I'm not sure what Jimmy has to do with that. I'm not quite sure what's that, but okay. Oh dear. Random call signs got worse though at everything. I get worse at everything as well, so, you know. See, Random Call Sign's got so bad at Sims, he's now playing Baldur's Gate. Hello, T. Svitella to Svinino. Influencer Wars. I think we should do a Game of Muscle Random Call Sign Bake Off. The ultimate cook fight. I never liked Baldur's Gate because it was one of those games where the box art suggested it was a much better game than it was. Not that it was a bad game, but like the box art suggested that it was like something totally different. There's a whole bunch of games like that in the 90s and 2000s where the box art suggested that it was like, oh, this would be an epic adventure or whatever, and then it was like, oh no, some tedious RPG. Yeah, Random, you have terrible taste in video games, just generally. like, what, Elder's Ring or whatever it's called, you like that? Ah, dear. You like that bloody walking game, what was it called? Death Stranding? Pretentious shit. He loves terrible games. He's got like some like disorder. Gulag. Death Stranding's like awful game design, terrible game design, pretentious, absolutely just. It's like the Inception of video games. Random Call Sign goes into the Tate Modern and he's like, oh, this sheet of crumpled tinfoil, it's impacted me deeply emotionally. Oh, look at this half-suspended urinal. I'm now seeing life in a way that I've never seen before. Oh no, actually, this is the men's toilet. It's my mistake. I thought it was part of the exhibit. For this. Postman Pat. Death Stranding is what happens when you allow a pretentious developer to do whatever and then go, oh, this game's a bit shit, but let's say it's artful. Ah, there we go. Sorted. We can now sell it. Oh yeah, Red, of course I like Cyberpunk as well. Ah, dear. Honestly. It's because he's got a bit of weeb in him. That's the problem. It's once someone's got a bit of weeb in them, that's when it all starts. It takes a hold of their brain. Starts with them watching like what's it called, Akira or something. What I don't know what they're called. But, you know, it starts with them watching that as a young child, and it damages their brain. Once you watch one anime, that's it. You're corrupted. You're like a Windows partition that's been badly installed. You're like an 80s hard drive that needs defragmenting. My goodness. Yeah, Initial D. If you, it is. You can explain a lot with weebery. I've seen a few animes, and that's why I'm so damaged. I mean, I've seen Ghost in the Shell, and that almost damaged me for life. It only takes a few animes. Not there. Well, they fixed Cyberpunk or whatever. might be alright to play now. It was so broken when it came out. Look, no game is going to be better than Soldier of Fortune and Soldier of Fortune 2. That's the peak game, or Max Payne. I think for me, the thing is, I quite like the idea of RPGs, but the AI is just not good enough for them to actually work properly. So they require you to play them as if they were literal in first person, but the AI, the player movement, the weapons and everything is just shit. So they just don't work for me. When you play like the old Fallout games and it's a top-down RPG and it's like 2D, or you know what I mean, like isometric, that works perfectly fine because you're not expected to interpret the gameplay in a literal way. So that's always been the problem for me with RPGs since like the 2000s when they went 3D. Top down is much better for range-based weapons or like planning, like player movement and strategically moving different characters and stuff, which is normally better for like RPG mechanics, I think. But maybe we'll get to a point where RPGs with AI and stuff for dialogue, that was always a big thing. Dialogue is often absolutely god-awful in RPGs. So maybe we get to a point with AI being able to do different voices and characters, and you'll also be able to actually talk to the AI, so that will actually be really engaging. It'll make up for a lot of stuff. See, that's why Gauntlet was so good, because it was kind of RPG, but it had arcade mechanics and like precise weapons and player movement. It wasn't just, oh, I've built this thing to this stat, and so it can beat this other thing to this stat. It was like actually, you know, it was actually like real-time mechanics that made sense. Yeah, Skyrim I think could be really good. Like the dungeon design's great, but the character path movements and enemy AI and fighting mechanics are absolutely terrible. Everything looks like it's made out of concrete, moves around like a robot. That game engine needs to be rewritten. The Bethesda game engine. Oh my goodness, what a mess. Bethesda should just move to Unreal Engine. It would make it work way better. Unreal 5 be way better for Bethesda type games, because their games are so they're good at story, world and like detail environments and writing and things, and dungeon design, but they're shit at tech. They're absolutely awful at tech. So, of all developers that would benefit from going to Unreal Engine, the one developer doesn't. Oh, Keitho, no. Yeah, but then you have the other instances in Arma 3 where you can shoot loads of stuff and you're stood right next to the AI and they don't do anything, just stay still. Or you like kill a teammate next to them and then they're like, oh, I don't notice. I'm alert. Oh, no, I'm not anymore. It's fine. My friend's dead, but it's fine. Hang on, there's a person in the building. I'm now going to run around the outside of the building repeatedly. Oh, and I think I've heard an enemy. I know exactly what tree he's behind. Oh, there's an ankle exposed. Right, I've got that targeted in from 2 miles away. Hang on a minute, the player can't see me because he's in deep grass. But I can shoot and aim at him perfectly, despite being a mile away. Oh, a player has disappeared over the other side of a hill. I know exactly where they're going to pop up, half a mile in the other direction. I'm not triggered by Armour AI. Bloody hell, why is there stones in the sky? What's going on there? Does anybody know a fix for that particle bug? We have like particles in the wrong location. Get stones in the face. Yeah, get in, out, in, out. Oh dear. The thing is, Flashpoint AI worked really well because the maps were a lot simpler, so the AI didn't struggle as much. The towns and buildings and stuff were a lot simpler, and you couldn't go in a lot of the buildings, so it just worked a lot better. But ever since Armour, it's just too complicated for what they've got. We're doing a second race on this track. It's a nice little race. This. I'm slow in this car here. Maybe we need a setup as well. I've got too used to driving the iRacing MX-5. Good driving. Gigi. Cinema, Dr. Longmount, Shedhead, top 3 there. Ah, don't drive into each other, it costs tea bags. What's this? I've got shit floating on my monitor. On the car bonnet. Shedhead in 3rd. Bloody hell. Hubert 4th. Nikeman 5th. Well done, guys. It was the best. The best. It's a good thumbnail. No one can argue with the thumbnail that says the best. I'm going to use the thumbnail on everything. Every single piece of content I produce, it will just be the best. Same thumbnail, the best. Can you imagine all content on the channel for a year using a thumbnail that's just the best? What's this? In iRacing, it's plug and play. Don't have to mess around with mods. Yeah, but you do. It's not really plug and play because you have to spend £300 a year on. You have to decide what bloody car to buy, what track to buy. Then you have to grind your rating, which doesn't make any sense because the rookie series have better racing than some of the higher series. Whereas AC is like £3 and you can just get stuff. But yeah, I mean. Yeah, iRacing is more plug and play in a sense, but like ACC is probably the most plug and play, if that's what you're like talking about. Yeah, well, there's more people playing iRacing, and there's more splits. So if you're reasonably good at sim racing, you're more likely to find a race in iRacing, especially in North America and Antipodean time zones. That's why people play it. It's just when you're going to get the races. You can't be. You have to be the best. Are you drunk, random? The best. I think around the call signs on the. What's the Pokemon? So, oh yeah, you. No, I know, Leo, but I think the boat sailed. To be honest, I think they just dropped the ball. They listen to their subscribers on the forums too much, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, I have good fun on iRacing, to be honest. Like, it's frustrating, but I have good fun on it. Well, yeah, if you just like GT3, ACC is really good on LFM. There's a lot of stuff on that, and you can do that. Or even LMU is, if you only do a couple of races a week. LFM with AC and ACC and LMU is probably going to keep most people engaged. There's more people on my server than R-Factor 2 and Race Room. Oh dear. It's such a shame that KW don't advertise or like restructure Race Room so that, because it's the developers do such a good job, and Race Room's really good, and the netcode's great. So you could literally, if you add Race Room, you load the game up, and you have the LMU kind of screen, and it's like £5 a month to play, or £2 a month to play, or even free to play. But you can buy car skins and other stuff. Basically what Rensport's doing. But it was Race Room. And it was free to play, so you're just going to get a race. That would be amazing. I don't get why they don't do that. Because Race Room is technically free to play. So why not have... Why would KW not put the money into it to have basic ranking and like a new UI? It's so weird, like such a missed opportunity. They could have been like, if Race Room, like the developers are so talented and they've done such a good job with what they've got, if KW just gave them the budget and the resources, they could have had one of the lead sim racing platforms 4 years ago. The netcode is superb in Race Room. I don't know, but KW is a huge company. Like they're massive, huge suspension seller. They do like consumer suspension, race suspension. They do, you know, they're not like a little enterprise. Then race rooms used in loads of like event centres and rigs. The best. The best. You love it? This is what sucks about sim racing, is that you have Race Room developers that are like really good, do really talented work, and basically the game is largely ignored by sim racers for stuff like iRacing, purely because of the online structure. I don't know, it's just weird. It's just weird how sim racing works. You couldn't, Carl, just Google, just watch some videos on it. Go on Google. Oh. The IR bubble. There's that new FPS coming out, new Extraction FPS. What's it called? Ghost Extraction something or other. That's coming out later this month. Like as early access maybe. It's free to play. Probably terrible. They did a promotional early access. Closed early access. They're doing the open early access soon. I think that's what I mean. Arena Breakout. Yeah, that's what I meant, I think. Yeah, they all have stupid names. I sound like your mum when she's like, "But are you on the Nintendo? Are you playing on the Nintendo?" And it's like, no, it's not the Nintendo. That was 20 years ago. I think my car's got bricks in it. We're so slow in this. Why am I slow in slow cars and fast in fast cars? Yeah, the problem with that new Delta Force game, doesn't look terrible, but it looks just like another generic fast. Like the character movement looks insane. Like the running speed is 40 miles an hour, and then. You know, just looks really dumb. Just like no suspense, just Battlefield COD rubbish. Maybe it'll be alright to play, but just another generic multiplayer shooter, I think. Who knows, maybe it's okay. It didn't strike me as being interesting to me. Yeah, maybe that's alright then. I mean, that's what I found with Battlefield 3 and 4, is that they were fun to play with friends. Yeah, playing games with people you know is often a lot more enjoyable, even when the game's a bit crappy, so it's definitely a better way to play. I think I've been ruined by simulators. This is the problem. Like, if you played Sims and you've got used to them, you then get used to like deep mechanics, and that becomes your sort of expectation. And so then what you want is the arcadey type stuff, but with the deep mechanics, if that makes sense. So you're better off not playing Sims. Because like you play Microsoft Flight Sim and you're like, this would be really nice if it had actual gameplay in it, which hopefully they're doing 24. You know. When you play racing sims like AC or something, you're then like, I'd really like to play Need for Speed, but I'd like it to have a little bit more depth to it, you know? Or for them to be super like decent arcade games, but they're just stuck in this like weird zone of somewhat arcade, somewhat realistic, but really not in the right place, I don't think. I think Hell Let Loose is in a good place, but runs pretty badly. You've been playing F1 2020 like you like the AI single player modes, but miss them all. Yeah, that's what I played the other F1 games in just like 23. I think we missed 23, 22, and 24. And yeah, the general structure and stuff's quite nice, but then the physics are just shit. So you're like, well, hang on, the AI is more realistic and better than most sims. The structure is engaging, generally speaking, but then the mechanics are terrible. The whole game's presented like it's a sim, so it's I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is, guys. At least we got CS2's good fun when you've not got cheats in your game, and it's pretty funny. Rocket League's awesome. Hopefully there'll be a new FPS that comes out that does the Battlefield thing within the next 10 years. That'd be nice. Hopefully, it seems like ranked multiplayer lobby split stuff is becoming the norm in driving sims as like a baseline. So that's good. Even on the console side, like Forza and Gran Turismo. It's the best! Are you drunk, Random? Random bot sign? I think he's had too many bottles of Portuguese wine, table wine. It's the best. He's having too much fun. Batman, you can't debate. No one is playing VR games. There's only 3 people with VR headsets. Even though VR is by far the best way to play video games, there's only 3 people with VR headsets enjoying the amazing games. And then Sony's gone, we're not doing VR, no one's interested. Then they've lowered the price of the PS2, and we're selling shitloads of them now. What do? We've cancelled all the VR games. Is that because I wonder if people are reluctant to buy an accessory for the games console that costs more than the games console, which was proven to be the case going back to the Sega bloody Mega Drive. Sony, in all their wisdom, what is going on in these companies' brains? I do not know. Obviously, you need to sell like a PlayStation 2 VR needs to be like $299 or something, even though that's a lost price for the hardware. It's good hardware, but it has to be that price if your games console costs $500, and then you need to make the money back on the games, of which you've got lots of them, so you can make the money back. It's crazy. Why is my car so slow? I think we've got a shit setup on this. Everyone's just overtaking this easy. I'm pretty good at this track normally. Yeah, I think it's alright, can't debate, but the sweet spot's quite small on PSVR 2. So you get, with PSVR 2, you get really nice, the OLED's nice for colour, like the contrast is better. You get slightly better field of view in some ways. The hand controllers are better than the Oculus controllers, but the screen door effect's quite noticeable. The lens flaring and stuff is quite noticeable, and the sweet spot is nowhere near as good as the Quest 3. So the actual image clarity on the Quest 3, from my memory of playing on the PS2 VR. Also, the Quest 3 with a custom head strap is more comfortable than the PS2 VR, but out of the box, the PS2 VR is better than the Quest 3 comfort. You probably need to mod it a little bit. The PS VR controllers are amazing, though. No, it would only be worth getting. The problem is you have to get the bloody converter box thing as well, which costs 100 or something. I don't know. Like, it's not. So the headset's like what, 400 or 400, and then you need to get that little box. So, oh dear. I think did he murder him? Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, the Quest 3 controllers are perfectly adequate, but the haptic motor on the trigger is really nice, and the vibration. The Quest 3 has like has the same piezoelectric vibrators that the Switch and the PS5 controller has, which are really, really good. Like you get really nice vibration and detail in the triggers. When you play some games, like there's a mech game for PlayStation VR, and when you pull the trigger and you hold it down and it fires the thing, it's really satisfying. It's really good. Yeah, exactly. With that's it. The sweet spot thing is such a good thing on the Quest 3. You need to try it, Spaceman Spiff. So good. The sweet spot is like the fact that you can, if you've used VR for like the last decade, it was always like, oh, I need to look around to see stuff sharp, and if you've got good eyesight, it was really annoying. I think a lot of people don't have that good at eyesight, so maybe it doesn't annoy them too much, but if you've got really good eyesight, it was like, oh, everything's blurred at the edges. And then the Quest 3, it's like, oh, I can just move my eye. I don't need to move my head. I can just look around like you do in real life. Yeah, I know. You have to. You can unuse that skill that you do with the bloody. I like shooter games as well. You get so tired, even playing Half-Life Alyx. Moving your head around to look at the detail stuff, and then the headset would move, so the sweet spot would move, so you'd have to keep adjusting the headset or have it on clamped to your head. It makes such a difference. Craig, well, the foveated rendering should work with eye tracking rather than fixed, but also, foveated rendering really comes down to settings by the developer, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Dope Trailer. It's a weird one. Also, fixed foveated rendering actually works really well, even on a Quest 3. When you set it up just right, like, a lot of games don't set it up very well. I messed around with OpenXR, and you can get a good sort of 25-30% performance boost and have it so it genuinely is almost indistinguishable from non-foveated rendering, because it's just the very edges of the screen. That's what you can make. You can effectively make the real edges, like the actual outer edges, can be like 25% res. Oh, thanks for the bump draft. Oh. Oh, hello, Chris Tats giving us a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much.
Tea time.
Tea time in your face. Thanks, man. Really appreciate the support and your poor purchasing decisions. I need to get something to eat quickly. We're putting a new track on. Yeah, so as I say, fixed foveated rendering works really surprisingly well if set up correctly. Eye tracking foveated rendering is really good if you set that up properly, but hardly anyone does. The problem is PlayStation 5 is still pretty slow, and if you add it on a Quest 3, the headset's so slow that you might as well just use fixed foveated rendering. The eye tracking stuff can be used for other stuff though, like input, which is really handy. And like if you're playing games and you want to, you can do like some really cool like tricks with it. outside of just a foveated rendering, but oh. Right, nice driving, guys. Well done. Well done, Ryan, Burby, Dr. Longmount. Congratulations on your tea bags. Let me get the next track up here. Oh yeah, we're going to do Longford. The link will be in the server description box. And we're doing it at Shelby Cobra. Service just starting now. Beautiful. Hearing this guy talking about car physics is like asking a plumber for medical advice. He has literally no idea what he's talking about. Literally no idea, but accidentally seems to be in line with what real-world drivers say. That's bizarre. What a coincidence. No idea. No idea, said the person on the internet. He has no idea, and I'm going to tell him, because that will teach him. That'll tell him. No idea. Yeah. Well, basically, yeah, I will come to my own decision, and then I'll talk to real drivers, and I'll have discussions with them, and I'll be like, oh, this seems like an interesting thing, or this seems different, or this, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And yeah, after talking to like 30 plus different real world drivers that are racing in many different series, and people that own race cars, and people that do lots of sim racing, and people that don't, funnily enough, that actually gives you quite a reasonable, likely idea of what's, you know, how things generally work. It's weird that. It's funny how that works. Move the cork. I like to plug the cork right in there. Look at this car. These wheels look like they're made out of bloody inflatable rubber ring. Literally the best. The best. Well, look, the thing is, the biggest irony with the Dunning-Kruger thing is the fact that most people are quoting Dunning-Kruger wrong, which is even better. It's like double meta Kruger. Freddy Krueger. Oh, this car is easy to drive. It's fine. This car's great. Most people find this car easy. Drive it with your eyes closed. What's that view? What's the view like from Mount Stupid? Mount Stupid. What can I get? What's this car? I've never seen one of these with a roof on it. Did they take it? I've seen one with a soft roof. It clips onto all these. These little AC doesn't have a version with the roof. Let's have a look. A wood roof? Hang on, let's have a look online. Oh yeah, it does look well good with the roof. No, now I want one even more. I think this is like one of the best looking cars. Look at the race support vehicle for it. Oh no. If I was super rich, I'd buy one of these. I know. If I was super rich and stupid, I'd buy one of these. So yeah, if I was super rich. Look at this. It's too good, guys. Look at that. Why don't they make cars that look like this anymore? This, honestly, isn't that basically perfect? I mean, the roof means you can drive it in the UK without flooding. Oh, look at that. I mean, honestly, there isn't a better looking vehicle. Shelby Daytona. Nah, it's too spiky. No, it's too spiky. You clearly have poor taste. No, why would you say that? It's obviously not as good. It's obviously not. It's too pointed. It makes sense. Idiot. You fool. It looks worse. Like it looks like a wedge at the nose. The lines don't make sense. How can you be that wrong? Obviously not. Like, you need to apologise for saying such a stupid thing. It really, I mean, you just is it because that one's cheaper so that you've lied to yourself? Got one with a supercharger sticking through. Look at this. Oh my god, look at this. Ridiculous. I'm not even a car person, but I have a very stringent set of rules when it comes to car appreciation. I mean, look at that. Isn't that just, I mean, look at that. I mean, the lights stick out too much, but I would have it in a different colour. I mean, it looks a bit mental, that one. That's pretty hilarious. I mean, that's like just that's a crash waiting to happen, that car. Right, how much? Oh shit, 1.5 million pounds. Oh, come on. That's way out of my budget. Anybody want to donate to me so I can buy a Shelby Cobra? We'll have a donation goal, Shelby Cobra. Any billionaires watching? Here we go. I know you can get like £30,000 kit versions. The original one's 500 to 1 million. Replica models, here we go. 30 to 100,000. Here we go. They've Shelby's makes new ones based on the original design for 100 to 300,000. Yeah, So I could get one for like 40,000, which is a bargain. I mean, that's a good price for a car, isn't it? We could, you could be really offensive and you could convert it into electric. Electric Shelby Cobra. There's enough room for batteries, and it's already, you know. Palooka, well, it's because it's an object of art, and so its price is not really based in reality. It's like an investment object, isn't it? And then vintage cars is all like tax evasion, so you have to think of it like how art pricing is ridiculous. It's all sort of like ties into that fictional market, like house prices. They're not. It's not really based in reality. It's just a market. Actually, an electric kit on like if you could replace, so you could get like a cheap a cheap car and convert it to electric, like a bicycle. Good idea. Right, I'm gonna raid my kitchen for some food. I'm dying. I'm so starving. Thanks everyone that's been watching now. Hope you're having an alright time. Thanks for clicking the like button if you're watching on YouTube. And thanks for following on Twitch. Thanks for the support. I'll be back in a minute. Oi. Got some bread, some cheese on it. Cheesy bread, Tom. Why's my wheel turned off? What's going on here? Oh no! When did this happen? Hang on. Oh, I don't think I put the wheel rim on properly. There we go. Bloody. Let's do a lap here. Perfect vehicle, guys. It's alright, yeah. Such a nice flow to this stage. to brake really early for that final corner. Yeah, it's really nice track. Get the Moses settings in. Some put some dampener on. Go sit down. Nice one. Everyone has to be really careful. Hello, Reefer Bus. Be really careful at the start of the race because it's really easy to crash. Really easy to crash. If you think about it, pizza is just a fancy cheese on toast. Imagine going to a restaurant and specifically ordering cheese on toast. I'm going to the cheese on toast restaurant. Oh, they're all over the place. Yeah, I like my cheese on toast stone baked myself. So there's a bit of a longer wait time because the track's quite big. I think it's a 3-lap race. This car looks particularly good in black. maybe. I think if I was getting one of these, I'd like it in dark blue, maybe. Oh, nice. Why is this taking so long? This is it's because it's a vintage track. It takes some, you know, everyone's got to get a few drinks in. Oh, maybe it was cursed. Maybe Cobras are like designed specifically to have to end up in a tree. They're like tree magnets, and if you don't crash into a tree will crash into it. Driver comes in from the sky. I could probably force it to the next session. There we go. I forced it. I am in control. I have the power. Right, here we go. Easy. It is now, yeah. Commander muscle. Here we go. Nice close driving.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Robatter W. Thank you. says Shelby Cobra, and the track's Wildeburg. And the drive is Gamer Muscle. Racing online on the Gamer Muscle server. Special edition of this car, upgraded flappy paddle kit version. It was a good choice. Tickle. Burby and Lowell 91 in front of us. Shedhead on our tail. Thanks for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Killer, Grabo. Appreciate the sub. Thanks for supporting us. Search for Gamer Muscle, then the links are in the description on Content Manager for the server. You can use a FOV calculator if you want to get it one-to-one, but you can just move your camera in the game closer to the wheel if you want, or you can run a lower field of view. It's up to you really. You can have it one-to-one with what it'd be in real life, or you can just set it up to whatever you want. There's a little helmet in the apps in AC, and then you can move the camera around and change field of view. Yeah, you could use a calculator to measure the screen from your face and then set the field of view based on that if you want to mathematically do it. I just eyeball mine, and then I put the seat in different positions in different cars. Curved or flat is fine. If you've got a screen closer to you, curved is nice because it wraps around you a little bit. But all work. An ultra wide curved screen is quite nice, but don't really matter. One more lap here. I'm just using a 55-inch LG C1 OLED. 16:9. Whoa! Just kept out of the wall there, I suppose. Trying to catch low 91 here. Push a little bit harder. Tried to go around the outside of him, off the hay bale it. The bale to pass didn't quite work. What a blockage! I should have gone on the inside. I tried. Good driving. Nice, well done. That was really good. It's a really good car track combo because this car's quite happy through a lot of these corners. It's awesome. 4:16 from Burby. Nice lap. We'll let everyone finish here. No, it's all good racing. All good racing. All good racing there. Ah, dear. Oh, I'm absolutely wrecked. I'm gonna do some raiding here, and then I get some rest so that we can hopefully do some more sim racing tomorrow. But I'll leave the server up. It'll keep rotating through tracks if you want to keep racing, guys. I'm absolutely pooped. But yeah, we'll do some more AC tomorrow. But that's really good fun driving, guys. Had some good races. Get your rigs ready for tomorrow. Yeah, good driving, guys. I'm not sure what time we'll start tomorrow, but hopefully we get some rest, and then I can then we can do more driving. We'll do some more vintage driving as well. But yeah, the server's up. If you follow the Gamer Muscle Discord, we've got a room for this server, and we'll if you've got any questions or you want to run stuff on there, we'll tell you, or you can type in there and we'll update it. So right, I'm going to send you to a legend of sim racing. Thanks everyone that supported us with subs, memberships and all that lark. Really appreciate it. But I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Bye.